hope everyone is having a good day. Welcome on in. Right, let's get this screen changed quickly because we have a bit of a time limit today and I want to get this costume finished. There we go. For those who haven't seen it so far, we're making the costume from Konosuba for Aqua. Just like a really simple costume, not too much stress. Just like I can wear on stream if I want to. That's the plan. Because she has a very short skirt and I don't think I would want to wear to a convention. So it would mainly just be for stream usage. We're getting there though. It's very, honestly, close to finished. We need to make a little poof for the hair, which I'm going to probably make as a pom-pom. I need to get the bit around the front here done. She has like a little like extra collar. And then finish the arms, and then we're ready. Because I don't really need to do the boots for a stream cosplay, as long as the top half is good. That's what we aim for here. Plus we have another costume to make soon. So we've got to get this one nice and finished. But yeah, it's coming along pretty good. I like it. I like little gold edges, like the gold edge up there as well. The first thing we're going to be doing is ironing again today to make a bit more bias tape, because I need a little bit more for the arms down here and a little bit more for around the neck too. And then I think after that we'll be pretty good to go. I've got some zips off to one side. One of them is just an old zip I must have picked up at Hobbycraft at some point. The other one I've used before and taken it off of another costume, so it has got some leftover threads in it, but I don't think that's too much of an issue. We'll be trimming it for the skirt anyway. And then once all of that is done, we have the collar to make, which I've already cut some pieces out for. It's got two pieces like this, which will end up being like coming down at the front, like a little collar. Not a real collar, but you know, like a little fake collar. And at the back we'll probably have like a little snap, which I will need to find, unfortunately. I haven't been able to find those yet, but I'll just have it as like a little snap fastener. So you're not missing out on much, it's just me adding a snap fastener. I'll find that before tomorrow. If I finish this, I can wear it on stream tomorrow. That's the plan. Plan is get it so that I can actually wear it. Let's get you in top down so that we can start. I will have to heat my iron up initially because I'm not very organized. And I'm never quite ready. Let's get that one up here. There we go. And I'll start heating this up and then we can make our bias tapes. I might iron the collar pieces as well, just because we're not lining them and like, you know, make them a bit nicer looking. Since it is just plain cotton. There we go. Wow. I know this is quite quick. This is like the first 5 minutes and we're already into sewing. But it's because at 1 o'clock today, we'll be raiding into one of my mods. So Shifty has their 2-year anniversary on Twitch, and I figured we'd send you all there after stream, because that way we can all celebrate it together. And I think that'll be nice. It'll be nice. Plus, I always love a good anniversary stream, because it's nice to be able to celebrate the time that you've taken on the platform. I think that's lovely. Heck yeah. Unfortunately, I don't get another anniversary stream for like a whole year. Because I only had mine a couple months ago. But I do enjoy them. Anniversary streams are heckin' fun. Oh dear. So yeah, we'll just wait for the iron to heat up a bit, get some of this done, and then honestly it's a lot of simple stuff today. I have done like a few very small things behind the scenes, like cut out the pattern pieces for this, but honestly yesterday I was really busy. So I haven't really had time to do very much. I went to the house yesterday and started stripping off the wallpaper, which let me just tell you, my god, I don't know, it has not been stripped in that house for a very long time, because it was a layer of wallpaper on top of another layer of wallpaper on top of paint, which was on top of wallpaper, which was on top of plaster that was on top of wallpaper, and then there was more plaster the other side of that. We're not stripping it the whole way back, we're just stripping it back to the first layer of plaster. But my god, these walls are layered. I mean, as soon as we started it, we could kind of tell that this was going to be like, oh god, there's a lot to pull off this, huh? The other thing is the paint is so thick, you can just peel it off. Like, you don't need any tools, you don't need steamers, you don't need paint, like you can literally just peel it off with your hands. Like, that's how thick the paint is. Once you get a nail in, you can just peel it off the wall. It's so thick, and we think probably what happened, we can only guess because we don't actually know, but we think what maybe happened is that they had some of the one layer paint, like paint that's meant to, you only have to do one coat, so like one coat wall paint, but then they've not done one coat. Maybe it didn't take one coat. Maybe they just do max, like multiple coats. And because of that, it's really thick paint and you could just remove it like nothing. Right, I have a couple of very small pieces of bias tape to make here. My fingers are a little bit tired though after yesterday because I wasn't really tall enough to do a lot of the unscrewing. And I don't know enough about plumbing and stuff to help too much with any of that stuff that was happening yesterday. So I just spent the whole day taking wallpaper off the walls. And oh my god. I'm honestly surprised I didn't get a migraine from that because I was like, I finished the day and I was like, oh shoot. Yeah, that probably should have taken more breaks. I probably should have done this or that. But actually I've ended up being okay. So we'll take that. We'll take a little lucky miss. Yeah, I need a little bit more of this for the collar. But because I don't have any really big pieces of this fabric, I've just kind of had to work with what I have, which are these kind of strips. Also, this is still not very hot. 2 seconds. It'll heat up in a second, I'm sure. There we go. And in there. Nice. Okay. One. Oh, thank you for the egg. Who's that? Scott, thank you for the egg. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, so we're going to go a bit easy and go a bit careful. I've zoomed in a little bit so you can see, but I do have a few cuts on my hands. If it's off-putting, I can zoom back out again. It's one of those things, I think, where when you're trying to redecorate a house, you just do end up with lots and lots of little cuts. To be honest, it's been a very long time since I've done anything like this, so we haven't even got to the painting. We're just stripping and stripping and stripping and stripping. It's quite relaxing though, honestly. You get a good piece and you could just pull the whole sheet of wallpaper down. Like, oh, it takes a bit of steaming, but it's nice. It's just a shame that the walls are like 8 layers thick. Oh yeah. I will say it has been quite satisfying so far. There we go. If I was still streaming off a laptop, I could take you down there, but with being on a computer now, it'd be a bit difficult and probably not very good for the computer to take it to such a dusty environment. So unfortunately, you're going to have to wait till it's all painted and then you'll be able to see the new house. Oh, there you go. Cool. Okay, that's those 2 pieces done, ready for the collar. I have these pieces for the sleeves that I need to get done. Which side do I want to go off? Probably that side. And some scissors, please. Go. So the plan at the moment, I don't have an official schedule. I probably won't have an official schedule for a while. It will just be like trying to stream 5 days a week. But if I can, my preferred days are probably going to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday. Those hopefully will be the days we'll be streaming from now, and I'm trying to get into the routine of that now. So I won't be streaming on Wednesdays and Saturdays, so that I have some frequent days off. There we go. Thing is, with migraines and such like that, there's a chance I'll still stream those days if I have had to miss another day. But we have a plan. Also, Matrix, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're just making some bias tape quickly because I need a little bit extra for the sleeves as well as the collar. And so I'm just getting that done nice and early so that we can chip away at the rest of the costume. Because honestly, we're getting this finished today. There's no way that this will probably take another session. I think we're pretty solidly near the end of this costume. It was a very simple and fast costume. Like we didn't use any like out there techniques or anything like that. It was just something nice and easy, very beginner friendly costume. I hope, at least. I think I'd say this is pretty beginner friendly. It uses like the duct tape method to make the patterns, and then I did very loose box pleating so like it wasn't too mathy, and then everything else is just like, you know, it does take a little bit of practice to put a zip in, but also you gotta try at some point. And then we didn't have to do any hemming because everything was covered with bias tape, so that's nice. I don't know that hemming is necessarily the most difficult skill, but honestly, the less hemming you do, the better. It's not the most exciting skill either. Go, that's one piece of that, one more, and then we'll have finished the ironing today. Nice and quickly. I don't have anywhere near as much as I had to do the other day, so it shouldn't go too slowly. We've only got a little bit on the go, and oh yeah. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Which is good actually, because the iron is hot, and it is not too hot yet, but it's already 18 degrees, and it's only like 9 in the morning, so I could take, you know, maybe not using the iron near a midday. Always a problem in the winter. The ironing for cosplay is great because it heats up the whole room, and it like heats you up as you're doing it. It's lovely. In the summer, cosplay ironing sucks. Sonny, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Ironing with this, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like in the winter it's lovely, and you're like, oh, I guess I just have to make some more bias tape. What a shame. Let me get the iron out. And then in the summer it's like, more bias tape. I'll be honest though, for the next big costume, when we're doing Zoe, I don't know if we're going to use any bias tape. We might actually have to make some out of... So, I'm like finishing half my sentences here. Some bras, some underwear will actually have really thin bias tape made out of a stretched netting, or maybe even a stiff netting. Like basically it's like mesh that you use in bras. It's soft to skin, and it could be stretch or non-stretch. You definitely get more of it in stretch, but you can get it in non-stretch as well, and sometimes you get a really thin bias tape to cover the seams. I might have to do that for the Zoe because it's basically an entire bodysuit. Zoe, Zoe from Resident Evil 7 is going to be the next competition cosplay, but very specifically... Oh my god, I can show you my book. Wait 2 seconds, let me finish the ironing. I can show you my concept book. I'm going to be doing the end of Zoe, so when she's infected, but I'm actually going to be doing a quick change cosplay. So I will have a molded outfit, the molded from Resident Evil 7, my favorite character. But no, I'm gonna have a molded and then have it so that it can rip the entire way down the front. DJ! Thanks for the DJ. And so that Zoe can like rip out of it, and then you kind of have the molded being worn as a cape, which I could probably take off as well at that point, but if I wanted to I could keep it on. So it's like Zoe inside of a molded. I hope that kind of makes sense. But if it doesn't, I actually have been using my book so I can show you guys a bit. I bought this book in Amsterdam, so this is now my Amsterdam book, and I like it a lot. So I've been doing some more like detailed sketches of what I want the infection to look like. So if it looks gross, great, because that's the intention. I need to finish that page. But this kind of goes more into the concept of like having this underneath. Oh, that's upside down for you, my god. Smart bean. This underneath, and then with the cape over the top, but then also having like the full molded body so that it can rip open and come out of it is kind of the plan at the moment. I've been having a good time with it. It's a fun concept, and it's a bit smaller than the last costume, thankfully. While it will be a couple layers deep, it's not really bulky like the last one. And it'll be nice and squishy because again I'll be sewing the whole thing, so yes, it gives me lots of options for embroidery. Actually, one thing that I haven't mentioned to stream, so when I entered TwitchCon, they obviously pay for us to go. I was in the larger than life category, so I got a little bit more money to get there, but because I never considered my costume larger than life, I actually had traveled on a pretty low budget. So once I have paid Shiny back for helping me get to Amsterdam because I couldn't afford it myself, once I've paid Shiny back that money, I will still have nearly $1,000 extra just left over because I went. And with that being the case, I have a bit of money to spend on new equipment. And I've thought, because I knew this back in like, as soon as I got in, I was like, I'm gonna have extra money after this, huh? So I've been kind of thinking on what I would like to get if I wanted to get a new piece of equipment. And definitely there were ones like overlockers and stuff like that, which I don't have, but I don't honestly think would have that much of a positive benefit on my cosplays as much. They'd make my life easier, but I don't think my cosplays would look better. And there's other machinery that I just physically can't use, like a lot of the foam stuff. I can use them 1 or 2 days a month when I'm not having a migraine or I'm not having migraine symptoms, but like most of the month I wouldn't be able to use it. And I don't really want to buy equipment where I can't use it most of the month. So what I've kind of considered and thought about was I'm going to get a 3D printer. That'll be the next one. Because in the same way that I can just set it up and leave it, like with the embroidery machine, I could do the same thing with the 3D printer. I already have a history in 3D modeling. I did it for 3 years at university, so it's not like I'm coming into it completely blind. And while I will be using different software than I used at university, I still remember, it's not that far gone. So that's going to be the next excursion in Crafts for Us. Will be going into 3D printing. Very specifically, I want to do 3D printing into fabric because obviously that's my love. I love fabric, and I feel like because I'm going to be using a lot of mesh and netting for the Zoe costume anyway, because it's basically a bodysuit, it's perfect. It's perfect. So yeah, that's the next big cosplay idea for TwitchCon next year, which is in Paris, which is very exciting. And yeah, if it's not either the sewing category or the FFX category, not larger than life this year. Hello, Aqua, my name's Kaz. Here in the world. The goddess tell me. I don't think so. I don't think Kazma was very keen on Aqua, to be honest. But hey, listen. I'll be there. Also, Vincent, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Just talking a little bit about costumes, because at the moment I just made like this costume like a few hours. Honestly, probably less than 10 hours for this costume, I think, will be the finished time. We made a very quick costume over 3 streams, whereas we have got some big costumes on the horizon. I just need to let my iron cool down a bit because it's toasty. I could probably get rid of the board, but the iron's still really hot, so that's fine. She's a drunk person all the time. She is a drunk person all the time. She's always drunk or being like stubborn or being a brat. But then so are kind of all the characters. They're all bratty in their own ways. That's why Konosuba's so fun. It's because like all the characters are awful. But in like the best possible way. They're all awful. Cosplay talk is best talk. Heck yeah, you do cosplay yourself? Sunkoi is so kind. I know. Sunkoi is the sweetest bean. Sunkoi is also Mama Jelly's favorite, but it's fine. It's whatever. But yeah, Sunkoi is such a sweet bean, and they got some unjust hate on their cosplay. So if you haven't checked out Sunkoi before, I can do them a proper shout out. Please go send them some love, because it's kind of the thing of when you're looking from the crowd or from the stream, you don't see all the details someone put into their cosplay. And Sunkoi, unfortunately, Sunkoi and Diane, I want to say, both kind of fell victim to that. Like, basically people being like, it doesn't seem as good as the others, when if you actually look at it close up like I did, like the other judges did, it's like, oh no, this was absolutely like ridiculously good. Sunkoi as well probably did some of the most mixed media in the competition. Like, I know there are other very, very impressive cosplays in TwitchCon, but Sunkoi probably used the most different things, like as far as different techniques go. And so while the costume was physically smaller, when you look at the amount of stuff in it, as far as, oh, does that not work? Oh, thank God. Okay, I was going to say, like, wait a minute, did I spell it wrong? I don't think so. Like, when you look at the amount of different techniques they used in their costume, they actually used something out of basically every single category. And I think they were the only cosplayer there that did that did something with armor, something with sewing, something with SFX, and they had the tail, which would normally be in larger than life. So they spanned all 4 categories and did a really good job. And they got a lot of unjust hate because people decided that it wasn't as good as the others, when you look at it close up, that's just not the case. Like, not only was it a huge array of skills, it was a huge array of skills done very, very well. And considering as well that Sunkoi probably had one of the shortest crafts times of their costumes, you can't tell when you look at it. Like, you absolutely can't tell. Asa, welcome on in. Early Burp stream. Yeah, it's because we're raiding into one of my mods later. So one of my mods, Shifty Blue, has their 2-year anniversary stream. So once they go live, we'll all go into there and send them some love. Checked them yesterday and they are so sweet. I almost went. They are. Sunkoi is ridiculously nice. Also, Vincent, thank you so much for the follows. Very kind of you. Yeah, Sunkoi is too sweet for this world. And yeah, I think, honestly, all the cosplayers they were all really nice. You always wonder if there's going to be like somebody who's causing drama or like being a mess or being rude and stuff like that. But honestly, everyone was just really sweet. Like, people were having a rough time behind the scenes, certain people, because like, I know there were some costumes that were a lot harder to wear than others. And so there were people who were like there was some, bless them, some one cosplayer there. No, actually, let me go through a few of them, because there was a few. One cosplayer spent like 3 hours stringing their costume together behind the scenes, got there and immediately had to start stringing and like wiring everything up, like so much. We had another cosplayer who could only be in their costume for like half an hour tops, and it was too physically straining on them, so they put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, and they were borrowing my fans. They needed so much, and like they powered through. You could not tell once they were on stage they were in any sort of discomfort. Like, they were just amazing. We had one cosplayer go to A&E immediately after the costume competition because it looked like they were having some sort of allergic reaction, like anaphylaxis style, and they went on stage and you could not tell. Like, the costuming community, hardcore. And like, they showed me a picture of it the other day of like how it was doing. No. It looked like 3rd-degree burns on the majority of their upper arm. And they went on stage like that, where they could barely move their arm. And you can't tell. you just don't see it. And you're like, Jesus Christ, they're doing really well for someone who's about to go to A&E, which is accident and emergency. I don't know what it's called in the Netherlands. I just know that's what it is over here. Seems like about can't wait, so impressed with the stage. Oh, thank you, Asa. Honestly, I'd recommend it to any cosplayer. Like, yes, the level of quality that went on that stage was very high from every single cosplayer. But if you're making costumes on Twitch anyway, or if you've ever had an interest in making cosplays on Twitch, like, absolutely give it a go, because you get to meet so many amazing cosplayers. If you get in, it is basically a free holiday, which is fantastic. They looked after us so well behind the scenes. We had a buffet the whole day, so there was always food and drinks that we could just go and eat, which was all free, by the way, for me and for my helpers. Like, they could eat and drink as much as they like. We all had our own little booth for getting ready with mirrors, and there was lots of full-length mirrors as well, so that we could make sure everything was sitting correctly. We all had hangers where we could put things. We were so well looked after behind the scenes. And as far as my costume competition experiences, it was the best one I've ever had. Like, the best. I've won other competitions, but this was the best one I've ever had because we were so well looked after. The only thing that I'm a little bit sad about in general with the TwitchCon TwitchCon cosplay or TwitchCon in general was that most of us couldn't wear our cosplays out on the TwitchCon floor. So there was a rule that came in a few months before TwitchCon went up, which was basically like no bulky outfits, which means most people in cosplay then couldn't wear their costumes, right? We did do a very short half-hour floor walk after the competition, but we had to be escorted around by security the whole time, which means we couldn't really stop to take pictures with people because we were like, nope, we're getting to point A to point B in this amount of time. And while I appreciate them following us around and making sure that we were safe and that we could move because we did have some larger costumes, it was a shame that was the only way I could experience TwitchCon in costume. Other than the cosplay competition. And I'm really hoping next year, since they're doing it in a different venue, that it might be that we can wear costumes on the floor, because I love seeing costumes, and like, not everybody wants to enter cosplay competitions, and a lot of really good cosplayers never want to enter cosplay competitions, but it would still be really nice to see their costumes, right? So yeah, I'd really like it if that changed. It has nothing to do with the competition really, and more to do with just the TwitchCon rules. It'd be really nice if we could have more costumes on the shop, not the shop floor, on the walking around floor. There's so much strain on. Yeah, when I say like, I would never recommend to do half the things the cosplayers were doing because like out of self-preservation. But yeah, like the cosplayers there were very hardcore. I've seen people say like, oh, it seemed like it was kind of an easy competition. You're like, oh, you wait till you find out, like, from these cosplayers what they were going through behind the scenes. Hardcore people they were. The Ergo couldn't move without helpers and still look awesome. No, the Ergo finished their cosplay an hour before going on stage. When they put it on to go on stage, that was the first time they'd ever worn the costume. Because they got in and immediately started hot gluing, immediately starting threading like things in the right places and stuff like that, because half of their costume wasn't covered in fabric when they got in. And so they sat behind the scenes and made their costume in front of the judges. So like, I feel like it's infinitely more impressive when you're like, oh Jesus, you made it right there and then. Free food and drinks all day. We had free food and drinks. We had like the breakfast buffet, and then they changed it for lunch. So we had both a breakfast buffet and a lunch buffet. I couldn't eat very much because I had 2 corsets on, but like, my helper could. My helper ate for me. Who was the Ergo again? Jumika cosplay. Yeah, very, very, very talented. I would like to say as well, the Ergo was made in a mascot style of costume making. So for those who aren't so familiar with costume making, mascot is like one of the hardest and most expensive types of costumes you can make. They normally take thousands of hours. The patterning is so difficult because you have to make it in a way where you can wear it easily, but also like that it stands away so far from you. They're incredibly hot and incredibly tiring to wear, and they cost so much because it's so many meters of foam, so many meters of fabric if you're covering it like that. And they did a mixture of foam crafting and fabric work, so it was both. And they did such a good job. They did such a good job. Like, the fact that it was finished there was like, it's so impressive. It was like inspiring watching that come together at the end, because I saw it before the cosplayer did. Because they put it on, we all saw their costume, and then they get to see their costume, you know? Yeah, the cute blue cat with 4 legs, that's the one, yeah. Literally finished it there. She was so impressive, honestly. So impressive. Right, let's get the arms finished first, because they're very close to being finished. Oh. But yeah, any cosplayers in chat, if you're looking for a costume competition to enter, TwitchCon, they treat you well, really, really well. And like, if you don't get in, you don't get in. You know, that was kind of my approach to it as well. If you don't get in, you don't get in. But if you do get in, it's a free holiday, and I can't really argue with that. It is just a free holiday. Even if your main craft isn't cosplay, if you've ever had the inclination to make a cosplay, you might as well stream 15 hours, title it correctly, and enter it into TwitchCon. Because again, you might not get in, but if you do, that's a free holiday. And this time it's a free holiday to France. So if you're in the Europe, I should say. If you're in America, you have San Diego, which I think you have to enter today. It's the last day, I believe, of entry for San Diego. So depending on where you are in the world, you will have different options. Unfortunately, outside of Europe and America, there aren't really that many. I don't think there's any TwitchCon official cosplay contests yet. But, you know, if things go well, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Also, Cthulhu, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I hope all your crafts are going well. Smitty, oh, thank you, Smitty. I really enjoy sewing. So I've always found sewing to be very, very therapeutic, especially hand sewing, embroidery, beading, and sequining. I find it to be like super, super therapeutic. So like when I'm having a hard day, my go-to is to like pick up my needle and start adding something sparkly to something that doesn't need to be sparkly, and just adding details like that. I really enjoy it. Cosplay works very well with that, because adding sparkles to a cosplay, it just makes sense, you know? But I've always really enjoyed it. I mean, I've been doing this since I was like 6 or 7. So sewing has always been there for me. Like, whenever I'm having a hard day, I can make something. And I think being able to make something with your own hands is a really big positive boost. I different for everyone, obviously, but I find looking at something and being like, I made that, just makes me happy. Yeah. Here we go. Get that pinched and sewn in like there. There, nice stuff, nice stuff. Today at midnight, yes. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's today. So if you're, unfortunately, if you haven't set yourself up for entering at this point, it is a little bit too late. But there'll always be next year. And so like, don't give up. If you didn't get in next year, or if you didn't have the time to make a costume for this year, there is always next year, and I would 100% recommend it. I'll be entering the European version next year, because I had so much fun this time, and like I want that again. Like I had such a good time, and you know, because I didn't win anything this year, it means that I now have the opportunity to enter again next year. And of course, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, it would be lovely to win, but also being able to enter that competition again, that's also good. Both is good, honestly, in this case. So yeah, I'm very happy. Only have hand sewn one thing in my life, barely held together for the rest of the day. I mean, at the end of the day, it's definitely not for everyone. Not everyone's going to enjoy hand stitching as much as I do. I think what I like with hand stitching is the creativity. So it's like, you can really go wild with hand stitching. So, you know, you want to do like a really delicate stitch, you want to do slightly thicker thread and make like a really cute custom embroidery as a hem. You can do that, and it's gonna look fantastic. Whereas, don't get me wrong, I have like a lot of stitches I can do on this machine, but they all look they're like 1 centimeter long, right? So they're all a specific length, it's very neat and orderly, and honestly, like, I prefer having some really, really big embroidery patterns normally, if I can. So yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity to add extra detail. It's definitely not for everyone. Compete, join the competition, lol, cosplay myself. Do it, Riku! I mean, the thing is, if you have the opportunity to do it, why not? Listen, free holiday. Don't turn nerves up at free holiday. Do you have it? Yes, I know exactly what costume I'm going to be entering next year. Luckily, I've already told people, so it doesn't matter if I say it at this point. I'm going to be making Zoe from Resident Evil 7, specifically from the end of Zoe, where she is infected. I'm going to be making that, so from the DLC, but I am going to be doing it as a quick change cosplay. So rather than it just being Zoe, it will be Zoe covered in a molded outfit so that she can break out of the molded. I mean, you kind of have to think that if you're entering TwitchCon, it will be live streamed, and so there is like a performance aspect, even though it's not a performance-centric costume competition. Also, I've just realized I've watched that bit, so I'm going to do that. It's okay, no one will notice. It's underneath. Oops. Oh dear. But yeah, so it's not, there's no upgrade for performance, but because it is on stage at TwitchCon and because it is live streamed, although there's no performance marking, if you want to make a good impression, performance is key. Is what I've learned from this year. Yes. Hello, Father Butter, let's go! Zoe, you talk about when I joined it? Oh, okay, yeah. Zoe from Resident Evil 7, but specifically covered by the molded. So it won't be quite accurate to the story, but the thing is, I was really umming and ahhing which one I wanted to make, because I really wanted to make the molded. I really like the design of the molded, but then I was like, but that's kind of a bulky costume. I don't really want to be walking around in a bulky costume, and also I really like the Zoe costume. But like, how could I make the Zoe costume and the molded costume at once? And that was my solution, was to do it like that. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's going to be really fun. Oh, that's not a good pin. I do not want it. There you go. That's a better pin. Alright. I'm not going to sew around that one yet because I have to change my thread, so I'll just do the other one first, and then we'll get them both sewn at once. Hi, I'm cosplaying for 12 years, and I'm not great at the sewing part, so I get them made from the internet site. So my next cosplay is going to be Chester Cheeto, which is an American camp. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, actually. For the brand Cheetos, right? That's really cool. I don't think I've seen anyone costume that. That's going to be really fun. Heck yeah. Why heckin' not? That's the thing with cosplay. Everyone makes such unique costumes, but a lot of it I think just has to do with like the best thing to do is cosplay something you're interested in, or like that you really like the design of, one or the other. Like, be honest, I don't really like the idea that you have to have played the game to cosplay it, or you have to be like a really big fan of a series to cosplay it. I think that it helps as far as like getting together your design and your like design motifs and stuff like that. It helps, but like you should be able to cosplay anything. You could only have just heard of the series, and I think you should be able to cosplay it without people being like, meh, you don't even know the main character's name. Oh dear. I think though, to be fair, mostly that just comes from people that are a bit jealous that they can't make the costume themselves. Because it's one of the best parts of cosplay, is the variety. Oh dear. There we go, get that round there. Get that to there. And then trim this one. Yeah, this is the one we didn't have quite enough of last time. Thankfully we have plenty of now. In fact, we even have a little bit left over. That's okay. I don't really need it right now, but leftover fabric is not a bad thing. I shan't complain about it. Okay, let's get that over there. And then sew all this on. Okay. Oh! I didn't like that initial stitch and I'm not sure why, but that's okay. Okay. Is it happier now? I think so. I'm gonna start that again, because that felt weird. I don't know. Something about that just didn't feel quite right. We'll start it again. Best to be safe. There we go. That feels a bit better. Nice, nice. Heart, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. You don't know the main character's name, but I can make it. Heck yeah. Again, I think most of the time when you get comments like that, it's from people who have never actually made a costume. And they're just on the internet being salty about things. Oh dear. Because like you never see actual cosplayers saying that kind of thing to each other, because like it's very cringy. And most cosplayers are not quite that cringy. Oh dear. There we go, get that under there. That felt really weird. It felt like my feed was dropped, but I mean, it did do the stitching, so I don't know. I guess the feed can't be dropped, but it felt like it was. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. I did it. Oh dear. Wah. My thumb is hurting a little bit. I managed to shoot some plaster up my thumbnail a little bit yesterday, and like it's not too bad, but it does ache a little bit. I think I managed to get all the plaster out. It's difficult to tell honestly when you shoot something like that up your thumb. There might be some dust in there. I think I got most of it out, but it's still kind of achy today. So I apologize if I have to keep stopping. My thumb hurts. Welcome back to the internet, exactly. Oh dear. There we go, get that out there. And fold this over. And do this. Oh, what? Oh no, I sewed it to the wrong side. That's okay. You know what? I wasn't sure about the stitching anyway, and I'm just gonna say, well, I sewed it to the wrong side because I wasn't sure about the stitching, so. Oh dear. Right, let's unpick that quickly. We'll live. Honestly, I think 4 hours is plenty of time to finish this costume, although I will say I am very, very warm. Jesus Christ. I should maybe put my fan on for a bit. There's plenty of time to finish the costume, so a little bit of unpicking won't stop us. 2 seconds, I'm just gonna put my fan on. It's very toasty in here right now, probably not helped by the computer and the iron. That's a bit better. Oh. Okay, let's keep unpicking it. To be fair, the stitches are really weird now that I'm looking at them. Oh, and also this is not my good unpicker. I keep it, but it is not very good. This is kind of blunt, because I've used it a lot. Okay, this one's a little bit better. I did have an ergonomic unpicker, which I loved, and that just like, it didn't hurt my wrist if I was unpicking for a long period of time. It was great. But then tragedy struck and it snapped in half, and I just never brought a new one. Honestly, I should, because it was so good. I loved it so much, and it was pink, which, you know, when your cosplay equipment matches your aesthetic, it's very nice. Doing this cosplay, tell us other competitions you've been to. I mean, I can do. I've done. Oh, it was different at the time though. So I've done the championships of cosplay. I've done the British one, but I didn't win, so I didn't go further than that. I've done CFCC when that was still going, and I would have got through to LFCC, but I chose to drop out of that one, which in hindsight I'm really glad that I did, because it sounded like a hot mess, and you know what, I'm okay with not going to a hot mess of a convention, thank you very much. And I think those are the ones that I remember. Have I done any others? I've done some masquerades before. They're a little bit different. Masquerades have always felt a little bit different to like actual cosplay competitions where, you know, you go to the next round kind of thing. But I've done masquerades a few times at different conventions. Masquerades are like, for me though, they're just fun and a really good way of meeting like local cosplayers. Are there any size constraints on bigger than larger than life? There is not, as far as I'm aware. That being said, if you have a larger than life build, you will not be able to wear it on the convention floor. Unless they change the rules for next year, like, you have to only wear it on stage. So just keep that in mind. If it's like that you'd want to show off to your community, you know, you might need to make it with detachable bits so that, you know, you can take it on the convention floor. I can't say that the rules will be the same as they were next year, but this year there was the rule of no bulky outfits in the convention. So basically any larger costumes, or honestly, I'd say like most costumes in general, unfortunately fall under the bulky outfits category. But yeah, if that's going to be upsetting or annoying to you, bear it in mind. Otherwise, I don't think there are any size constraints. As far as I'm aware, that's never a rule that I saw. The only rule that they did have was that you need to be able to get in and out of your costume with your helper. The larger than life people got 2 helpers, but basically you need to be self-sufficient, which is quite common in cosplay competitions anyway, is that unless you have some kind of disability that they can cater to, most people need to be self-sufficient with their costumes, make sure that they can get in and out of it, even if it is with the help of a helper, just so that, you know, you're able to get to the stage when you need to be on the stage. Yeah. I think other than that, go wild. I mean, I know there's somebody who's planning to make a 7-meter wide long costume. I don't imagine we'll get too much bigger than that, to be honest. Do you know what costume you'd make, Vincent? I'm curious. Let me guess, wings? Potentially. Potentially wings. Oh dear. Yeah, do you know what you make? Oy, oy, oy. Nearly the whole way around. I missed my ergonomic unpicker, but that's okay. Because you know what? We're doing the job with our little one. Reinhardt. A Reinhardt skin from Overwatch. Oh yeah, that'd be a big boy costume. Okay. Yeah, you'd be fine. Yeah, I can't imagine it being bigger than 7 meters wide. So I think you'll be okay. Dear. Also, I don't know if you saw the Alex Straza cosplayer from who won the competition overall this year, but they were very big. They were both incredibly tall. I think the height of their costume was nearly 7 foot, as well as the width of it. Like, they were both tall and wide. So I think if they get by just fine, you'll get by just fine. The only thing that was a little difficult, for me at least, and I think for them too, the ergo was okay because they had help. But for the rest of us, getting on and off the stage was a little difficult because there was not a huge gap that we could get through. But I can't say that that will be the same next year because it's a completely different venue. So, you know, I'd say if you're tall or wide, make sure that you can sidestep. If you're like big the whole way around, you probably have to give them the dimensions so that they can make a door wide enough for you to get through. Because yeah, we had a bit of a struggle getting through the door. Even I had a bit of a struggle getting through the door, and I was only 3 meters wide. So, oh dear. I was definitely the smallest, and I still struggled. Oh dear. Thank you for the tips. That's okay. I can't say that it'll be the same next year because, again, it's in a completely different venue. So, it you know, which always comes with its own host of like positives and negatives. But yeah, just to keep in mind. I think the main one is to keep in mind if you want to show it off on the convention floor, maybe the day before or during the day, that it needs to be not very big. But again, that rule might change. Who knows? Maybe they saw the rule and they were like, actually, maybe we can have some bulkier outfits. In which case, it wouldn't apply to you anymore, which would be great. I'd actually really like it if that was the case. Small jelly. I'll be small this time. Gotta finish all the photo patterns though, so a long way to go. Yeah, but you can start now. The thing is, with TwitchCon, you have to make it 12 months prior to the event. But now that the event's happened, you can start right now. And I think a lot of people are. So last year, a lot of people didn't really start making their costume until this year. So like 2022. Whereas I did start back in August last year. I know Hut started last year. You know, a few of us did, but most of them were made in like 4 or 5 months. So they were much shorter makes, basically. This year, that's not going to be the case. This year, everyone's seen TwitchCon in Europe and has been like, I'm going to enter that, and everybody's starting early. So I'd say, if it's something interests you, you can start it at any time, but there's no reason not to give yourself like a little bit of an advantage and start now. Especially since it's already been announced, and, you know, after seeing this year, hopefully people have seen that it is a really fun competition and like definitely worth their time. But yeah, if you thought it wasn't that competitive this year, get ready. Last year, get ready for this year. I guess I'd say it's going to be so much more competitive. I am almost 100%. I mean, the fact that many people didn't get in because they were disqualified for not meeting the streaming recommendations, streaming rules, and then also that it was announced quite late, whereas there'll be none of that this year. This year, everyone knows well ahead of time. But I don't think, hopefully, that should put anyone off. I think, if anything, it just makes it more fun. It means streamers are on Twitch making their costumes a lot longer. You can meet more of the streaming community much easier. I think, overall, it's a really good thing. But yeah, just so I've seen people saying like, oh, I didn't seem like TwitchCon was that competitive this year. And it's like, oh wait, just you wait. If you are entering the costume based on the idea that it'll be like it was this year, you are about to be gravely mistaken. Oh dear. But that's for everybody else to find out. Plus, I'm not going to say the costumers that I've heard might be entering until they announce it themselves. Because, you know, that's not a cool thing to do. But there are definitely going to potentially be some very big cosplayers in it next year. Oh dear, but no spoilers. I'll wait for them to announce it themselves. 100 hours went to make... Oh, more than that, Riku. We were at 2,000 hours. I'm pretty sure we had potentially one of the highest as far as like how long it took to make out of everybody there. That's one of the only things where I could be like, yeah, we spent a really, really long time on this costume. 1,000 hours is what they said on stage, which is technically true. Like, I did spend 1,000 hours on it, but it's also like not very much underestimating how much time goes into that much embroidery. It was closer to 2,000, a lot closer to 2,000 hours than it was 1,000 hours. You want to double that. Jilly, I'd very much like to thank you for the fact that you should. Cthulhu, absolutely you should. Like, and the thing is, if you don't get in, you haven't lost anything. You've made a costume that you can enter into any other cosplay competition. But if you get in, that is a free holiday to France. And not only that, it's a really good opportunity to meet so many other crafters in the space on Twitch that you don't normally get to talk to, especially because a lot of them are very international, right? If you're not speaking the main language, maybe you wouldn't run into them normally. It's such a good opportunity. Also, Star, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. How was your stream? Hi, Sherbert. Oh dear. Wait, let me do Stars a little shout out. There we go. How was your stream? What were you getting up to? We're just talking a little bit about trying to get everybody in my Twitch chat to enter TwitchCon's cosplay contest next year. I never made a cosplay before. Yeah, but it was Hut's first ever costume this year. And you would not be able to tell from looking at Hut that that was their first ever cosplay. Like, I think it's the idea that everybody there was like really, really seasoned veterans. And that's not the case. There definitely were some seasoned veterans there, but there was also people's first costumes there that they just spent a really, really long time on. Yeah. Oh dear. Hi Stun, welcome on in. If I get in, I'd very much like to hang out with you and geek out over the sewing machines. I think you'll really enjoy the behind the scenes aspect then, because we all had our own space. And like, yes, you're having to get ready for the cosplay competition, but like, we chat a fair amount. We had a lot of chatting. Until I was in full cosplay, I could chat really easily. Then I was in full cosplay and I was like, I can't hear anything anymore. But until then, we had some good chats. On a raid, sadly I'm not eligible to enter. I still hope that they do make one for Australia and New Zealand. I feel like you two get grouped together and not for competitions. But I really hope that they do. Why is it not going? Have I done that? I'm just going to double check. No, it's definitely all the way over. The feed should be going. I'm not sure why it's not going, but it is sewing without creating issues, so I can't complain too much. It's just a bit weird that I have to pull it through. That's not normal for me. Or my sewing machine. Oh yeah, that's not a very good stitch either. Yeah, it's not really flattening it for me at the same time as well, which is kind of a problem. Oh dear. What's wrong with you at the moment, huh? You having a hard time? You shouldn't be. I'm not doing anything very difficult, it's just cotton on cotton. Well. It's just weird that it will only go if I pull it through. I'll maybe have to have a look at it after stream. I mean, this is the kind of fixing that I don't like to do while I'm live, to be honest, so I'm not going to do it here, but yeah, it's just a bit weird that it's not going around it. I might just have to take what I can get then with this, or switch to hand stitching, because yeah, like, this is really odd. Oh, bless you, sewing machine, what's wrong with you? Why are you sad? What happened? What's made you sad? Oh dear. Oh dear, he's not having a very good day. I don't know why. I hope you're okay with putting the zips in. Yeah, that's like not very good, well stitched, to be honest. It's very, very jumpy around, but there's not really anything I can do about it. I've already rethreaded it a couple times. I'm not really sure what it wants from me. I can try again, just in case. Sometimes that does even it out, but I'm not very happy with that layer of stitching, honestly. You can see on the inside, like there's little bits of blue that shouldn't be there. It won't be visible once I'm wearing it, and this is just a quick costume, but it does make me a little worried. I love my sewing machine. That's what I'm about. Okay, I want you. I find new spark of life. Do this. You got to. This is the thing. There's no reason not to. I shall cosplay. Do it. I listen. Gobbit. As much as I disagree with your cosplay choice, you should do it. You're finishing a drawing. Sheb suggested you as a rate tag. Oh, thank you, Sheb. That's very kind. And also, I should say as well, if Star, if you need to go get some snacks or look after yourself post stream, please do. As much as we love having you here, I don't want you starving. After stream. I don't know what you're like after stream, but I'm always very hungry. Who are you? I know! Like, what's wrong, sewing machine? Like, yeah, like, funnily enough, that hasn't really fixed the problem. But it just doesn't want to sew. It doesn't want to do it today. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I just ordered a bagel. Heck yeah! I love a good bagel. I'm a big bagel fan. I like sesame seed bagel or poppy seed bagel. They're my favourites. Of course, I like cream cheese. Cream cheese does terrible, terrible things to my body, no? As much as I like it. There we go. We're just gonna get through it and like push through today, and then I'll have a good look around in its underbits after stream, because it feels like it's just going caught on something, and it could be the feed's not coming up correctly. That's what I would expect. That's kind of what it feels like. But that's a bit of a fix, and that's not a fix we do all the time. It just means the sewing won't be too perfect, but honestly, you probably won't be able to tell. It's literally on the end of my arm. I think it'll be pretty subtle. I can trim off the threads and these are done. And then, yeah, just sad little stitches. Oh, little sad stitches today. There we go. Let's get, oh, should we do the zips as well, actually? I think we should do the zips. Also, did my music forget me? I think so. It's in what? All of its inner bits. I don't like whole in bagels feels impractical and getting less bagel. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You should get some sleep. Oh, bless you. Stars, get some heck and Z's. Thank you for popping by. Let me just restart the music, which has decided I don't exist anymore. That's okay. I'm not going to take it personally. Right. Let's get all of these out because we need to put some zips in. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Let's take this off. I hope it's not because of this. It could be, to be fair, but I hope not. I don't have a lot of thread left, but normally it doesn't really cause any problems. And switch over to white. So we're gonna be really lazy about this and like literally just sew it in. Just sew it in. No fuss. Normally I'd like to sew it between, if I'm doing it like this, sew it between a layer of lining. But because there's no lining in this, nope. Just sew it in. Go. I'm literally just gonna find where it goes and sew it in. So simple, so easy, but it will work well. And honestly, again, for beginners, this will be like a little bit easier, I guess, than putting in a zip properly. I will put the zip probably in properly on the skirt, but for this, actually needs to be upside down, doesn't it? My bad, my bad. Stitching it the wrong way up. Terrible, terrible. Also, I'm having the zip stop a little early. I did have a longer white zip, but just for like comfortableness while sitting down, I figured I'd just have it stop a bit early. Why not? I'm mainly going to be wearing this costume while sitting down anyway. Ah, dear night-night. Have some good night-night. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I sewed the first half, and then we'll go back for the other half. Lazy sewing, heck yeah. It's so nice, honestly. After such a big costume doing so. Oh wait, have you fixed yourself? Was it literally just that thread? No, you haven't fixed yourself. Okay, my bad. I spoke too soon. What are you getting stuck on? I don't understand. What's wrong? Why are you so sad? What happened? I don't understand what's happened. We were fine. We were just fine. Okay, okay. That feels like a bit of a confident stitch. Okay, I think it was the other thread. Maybe that it's been wound really weirdly near the base and it's making it have to try harder. Because now I'm doing this and it's just fine. And this should actually be more difficult to sew for my machine, but it's not acting like it. Okay. I think it was the thread, which is going to cause a problem, honestly, because I have to use that again in a minute. Oh, okay, let's move the zip down to do this top bit. There you go. And take that out. There we go. Nice. And then we'll do the other side. Is whack. Normally you'd put this into some lining before doing this, but again, that's not the point of this costume. The point of this costume is to be easy and accessible. So, I am. Whenever my sewing machine is upset, it hurts me deep down as well. I want my sewing machine to be happy all the time and like sewing happily, stitching along. So when something happens where it's like, what's wrong? Why are you sad? Why aren't you sewing like you used to? What's going on? Who hurt you? It's nice to see it sewing nicely. Yes. I gotta do. Oh no, you're fine, Cthulhu. I hope you have a really good weekend and a good Sunday. Thank you for popping by. Okay, let's get another little pin in here. super quick cheaty costume. And then we'll sew this. This is going to be a little bit more complicated just because we want to make sure that we're not sewing the back of the costume to the front of the costume. So it's not super difficult, it's just making sure that you're keeping an eye on where the back of the costume is at all times so that you're not accidentally adding it to the costume where it shouldn't be. Yes. Okay, put that down, lift that up, zip it back up. There you go, that did hurt my thumb a little bit, but that's okay. Just keep an eye on the back of the costume. It's like here. And then keep an eye on the back of the costume. We're doing fine. Back of the costume. Get that out again. And then BRB bagel. Heck yeah! BRB bagel. Honestly, bagel's a good reason to go anywhere. I'd go many places for a bagel. I had some really nice bagels in Amsterdam actually. There was a little bagel place near the hotel and they did like a breakfast deal kind of thing where you got a bagel, you got jam and peanut butter for said bagel should you want it, as well as it wasn't jam and peanut butter, it was jam and cream cheese for said bagel should you want it, and then we got orange juice and a cup of tea, and I was like, that's perfect. That is, honestly, did you look into my brain and come up with my perfect breakfast? Because this is it. It was like for €7, so it wasn't too bad for all of that. Okay, let's get all of this off. Yeah, I restarted the stitching there, didn't I? Because I was scared for my machine. I did a bit of a fear. And then get that trimmed on the inside as well. Again, it's not perfect, but it will work well for what we need it for, which is just to zip up the front. Oh dear. And then I can put it over my head. Can I get it over the mannequin though? That's a question. We'll see, I suppose. I should probably unzip it first, huh? Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Honestly, it does fit. It's just the pins that are making it difficult right now. There are so many pins in this mannequin. They're just like, you want to get caught on me too? Okay. Well, actually, maybe it's a little tight for my mannequin. This normally happens, honestly, because my mannequin's a bit bigger than I am. That's okay. We'll just pin it to the front of you. I need the skirt anyway. Wow, what happened to that pin? Wow, that was a very bent pin. There you go. We'll just pin it on it for now. There you go. One. Nice. Oh dear. An Aqua cosplay is Barbie or Ken? Oh, bored Ken, no. Aqua from Konosuba. Also, welcome on in, Frightful. I hope you're having a good day. I also could pin these back on there now since these are also finished. If a bit thready, we can live with the threads. Oh god. I picked a bad bit to try to pin through, that's okay. So this is the zip I was talking about earlier. I don't even know what that fell into. Oh! That's there. Where did the other thing go? There you go. Got it. So this is the zip that I've like reused from a previous cosplay, which is why it's like covered in thread. I've tried to get some of it out, but it's a pain. Welcome back, Sonny. It's a pain and meh. I'll get it off later. It's fine. So what we're gonna do is trim our edges, make sure they're ready for zip, put the zip in, and then stitch up the rest of the costume. Heck yeah, nice and easy. So we have got, I actually don't, which side is the front? I think it's this side. Yeah, it's definitely this side. Okay. The way I want it at the front is like this. That means that I want it like this. There you go. Sorry, I always have to do this with zips because I just can't get them in first time otherwise. And we'll put that there. It will have to change the thread color really quickly, but that's okay. We'll do that in a minute. Okay. It doesn't need to go the whole way down, but it does need to go relatively far because it's a very short skirt. There you go. So we are going to cut that bit off at the top, but that's okay. We'll get there when we get there. What I might do actually is just... I could... No, I'll just do the stitches over the end, I suppose. That's fine. What I will do now is rethread my machine. Taking my brain a minute to kick in there, but we're getting there. Rethread machine, go. Game mix sesame seed bit. Oh, heck yeah. You're gonna play Ollie. Oh, you're meant to go back to bed. Then go to sleep. Frightful, if you're tired, please get some Z's. Get some Z's on us. We don't want you to be super sleepy. Plus, I mentioned this on Twitter, but I haven't mentioned it on stream. We will be raiding it into another streamer anyway, who is doing, it's Shifty, doing their 2-year anniversary stream. So if you come back and we're not here, don't worry. You can watch Shifty on their anniversary. I think that'd be lovely. Curry marinated, oh, chicken with the bacon in my bagel. It sounds so good. That sounds really good, honestly. Heck yeah, nice bagel. Very good. Does your country have a Walmart? I know what Walmart is, but no, we don't really do Walmart over here. We have other shops that are similar to Walmart, I suppose. Yeah. Ah, dear Felitas, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Wow. We're just getting this costume finished because it's very, very close to being finished. So we're kind of zooming, honestly. The top is done, the sleeves are done, about to have the skirt done, and then it's just the neck piece to go. Oh, and making a pom-pom for the hair. But honestly, that will not take that long. The pom-pom will be a very quick bit of work to do. Okay, put that to there. And then let's get the first half of this zip sewn in. I have pinned it along the wrong side, but the fabric is thin enough that it's not really a problem. Yeah, just pull that down. Very nice. And just keep that there. And keep that there. And then I might have to take that out because it looks like it's gathering the fabric a little bit. And then put that in there. Do the zip up a little bit. There you go. Nice. And then get onto the other side. Yeah, when you flip it over, the zip's kind of just there. The thing that I do want to do a little bit, just for neatness' sake, is to actually sew over the end of this. Because what that'll do is stop the zip going past that point, which is important. Although that was not the neatest one I've ever done, but that's okay. I can trim off the excess. It will do its job, which is stopping the zip. Do I need to do a little bit more than that? Maybe. Actually, let's do it on a zigzag. That normally works better anyway. I go to the top and just... There you go. Kind of covers all of the teeth of the zip in threads, and then it stops the zip going higher than that. Normally you'd probably like hand stitch it, honestly, to make it really, really neat, but hand stitching, who has time for that, am I right? I would never hand stitch. Never. Asda was owned by Walmart until it was sold off 2 years ago, so it's basically Walmart. Yeah, I mean, Asda's very similar. Had terrible dreams last night. Oh god, worms? Heck. That is a spooky dream. I'm sorry to hear that happened. I hope next night is a bit kinder to you. And, you know, because you had to dream of worms last night, maybe next night it gives you something really nice to dream about instead. Okay, so let's do this like this. I don't know which way would be easier to sew from. Probably this side. I'm gonna guess. Probably that side. Okay. Oh dear. Price check machines, they're all branded Walmart. Oh, okay. Said that in Germany once, but the business concept is nothing that works here. Looks pointiously is right. Mateus cosplay. I have no idea who has the time to hand stitch. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Oh dear. There we go. And get that to there. And up there. And then that should be good. We will have to move where the zip is halfway through, but I can do that. I can do that no problem. Oh, that's a zigzag. Let's change that back to a not zigzag. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It doesn't matter too much, but it'll be easier for me if I'm not zigzagging all over the place. No one has done hand stitching here. No, nobody. Nobody in this stream does hand stitching, ever. We are not a hand stitching stream. Figured out how in the UK after Brexit, but finally didn't want to deal with increased logistics problems and sold it off cheap. Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Yeah. 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 Sounds about right, honestly. Okay, the zip's around here. I can feel it. My zip sense is tingling. Okay. I need it to move up or down. Fine, I'll move it up because then I can move it down at the end. Sure. Oh, actually, this would... Oh, no, I still probably want to move it down. Okay, now unzip the zip. Past that. Come on, you got this. Just wiggle past. Ah! It's so close. There you go, there you go. It's gone. Okay, cool. And then up to the end of here. Thank you for the horn saying. Welcome on in. I have the guide to craft works for small kids. Any ideas of what to do? Oh, heck yeah, sounds lovely, Felitas. How old are the kids? They say small kids. How small are we talking? What's the average height of these children, would you say? I would say you probably thought of a lot of good ideas already, but like felt is a really good one if you want to do sewing because you can cut it out and it won't fray. So like maybe like felt hand puppets or something like that if they're quite young, because most people can work with felt without it causing too many problems. It's a very cheap fabric and you don't have to worry about it fraying. There we go. Wrap it in the bin. That is something I need. I actually don't know where the other one of that's gone, but it's somewhere. Oh, Natalia, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day in May. Yeah, the horn wakes everyone up. So they go home with the same number of fingers. That's also very important. Also, Enchanted, welcome on in. We just finished popping the zip in the back of this, which now will mean it'll also not fit on their mannequin. That's okay. I can pin it on. We can get a general idea. Oh wait, I haven't sewn the rest of it up. Yeah. Professional jelly. I forgot to sew the rest of it. That would be right in a bad spot since the zip goes up the back. Let's fix that up quickly, shall we? I will stay on the zigzag for just a second because I can do the edge really nicely. Wah! Yeah, and then go back to single stitch and just quickly run that up there. So what we're doing at the moment is we're making a really, really simple costume. It doesn't hold any kind of more advanced techniques. We're keeping it really simple. I have spent no money on this costume and I will spend no money on this costume. It is literally just getting things done in a really quick way that is a bit more accessible to people that have just started making costumes, because obviously we've been working on a really, really big costume for a while now. And that wasn't very accessible. Like, the techniques maybe were accessible, but the costume as a whole, probably not. Just trying to make a slightly more accessible one. And then we just finished a vote for the next costume, which will be starting next week. Ah, dear. Do you have a Discord, by the way? Exclamation mark Discord. Thank you, Sonny. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. These are going to be the neck pieces. I will have to change up my thread for this because I need to put the white in. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Although, I probably want to edge them separately anyway. Maybe the middle bit I could do it all at once, but this bit's kind of nightmarish. So I might just might just do the outside first. You know what, on reflection, that seems like a better idea. Thank you, Jelly. Very good, Jelly. Yes, yes, yes. I think that's what I will do. So I need to go around the outside of this in blue, but it's kind of a nightmarish shape, honestly. So let's do this. Oh, but that will take it to the other side. Do I actually just want to fold it over this bit? Because I really don't want it very thick. I think that is what I want to do. I think I just want to fold it over. Sometimes I want it thicker, but I don't think I do around the neck. I think that'd be a lot. Wasn't it literally? Yeah. So basically, this is going to sound really, really sad. It's not sad, it's just what it is. We had to get rid of a lot of the links for Discord a while ago because people that had been banned on the channel for saying things that were normally some kind of phobic would go into the Discord and then spout it further. And because I was live streaming, I wouldn't necessarily see it straight away. And so, yeah, we kind of had to get rid of Discord links except for people that could access chat. Because that way, if they're in chat already, they've not been banned, right? So it's a bit safer. Yeah. Twitch, am I right? Oh dear. I know it's not most people on Twitch, but yeah, the small percentage do mean that we have to have some awkward rules, unfortunately, like not having the link to the Discord anywhere, which can't be moderated 100% of the time. Fair enough, yeah, I hate trolls, me too. I mean, especially, like, most of the time as well, it's obviously just people trying to get a reaction, so, like, the best thing to do is just block and ignore. But then when they get in the Discord as well, it's like, oh, I'm not... That kind of thing's terribly common. Yeah, it's a lot more common than... It is both more and less common than I thought it'd be. I thought a lot of the stuff would happen when people could see my actual reactions, but then the reality is people don't really care. Sometimes they just want to send that kind of hate, and it's a shame. It's a real shame. It means that we have to have some awkward rules to make sure that everyone is safe, but at the same time, it is what it is, isn't it? Like, that is just what Twitch is like sometimes. And as much as you can put in rules and enforce certain things, like, you can't change people. If that's what people are like, that's what people are like. Why are you not sewing, by the way? I am a little confused as to why you won't actually sew. Do you need to be on a larger stitch? Sometimes that helps. Otherwise, I will grab the thread and pull from that, but... Yeah. There we go. Alright, I changed his mind and decided I didn't want to sew after all. I was a little confused. I was like, what have I done that have stopped you sewing? They're pretty good normally. We're gonna fix everyone, exactly. Over the sewing beans. Isacia! How goes it? Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're not too overrun with work at the moment. Or if you are, then at least it's fun work. I hope things are going well for you. Welcome on in. Ah, dear. They organise a hate raid. If they get into Discord link, they'll do as much damage as they can. Oh yeah, absolutely. I was speaking to somebody behind the scenes a little bit the other day, just because sometimes people come and ask questions and stuff like that, and they wanted some answers about basically some specific parts of Twitch, just for like a paper they were writing. And I mentioned about the hate raids, and they weren't on Twitch when it was really, really bad last summer. And so, I was just talking them through like everything that had happened. They were like, wait, actually? Like all of this stuff happened? It's like, yeah. It's been pretty bad and dramatic. Like, obviously, I can't blame Twitch for a lot of it, especially once they did start having better systems in place to prevent people from coming back and stuff like that. Because that was the other thing, is like second accounts can cause a lot of problems. But yeah, for a fair while there, it was dicey. Shared banned lists, yeah. Thing is, I can't really, I know that I'm not the only streamer in this position. I can't really share my ban list, not because like of some deep dark secret, but because I've banned nearly 400,000 bots, and unless you want a list of 400,000 bans, I can't really share my list with you. Because the majority of my bans I did in one swoop on Commander Root, and I basically banned every known bot account that hadn't been banned by Twitch, which was about 400,000 bots at the time. And so I can't really share my ban list because it's basically useless to anyone who could also access Commander Root. Busy work, but today is a slow day. Still going to bed. Go to a barbecue to watch football tonight. Oh, lovely. That sounds very nice. 1,000 bot challenge at a time. Yeah. It's a Twitch level thing. Check your dashboard. What? Yeah, so this isn't the issue. I can share my ban list, but it still has 400,000 bots on it. Because Command Root and Twitch are like... Oh, dear. What? How does one ban so many accounts? That sounds like a job. So it took 14 hours. I had to leave my computer on overnight. I'll share the link actually, just in case anyone doesn't have this link, because I think it's incredibly useful. If you are a streamer and you do not have anything with Commander Root, you're gonna be in trouble if you get bot followed. Let me show you this. It's so useful. It's basically you log in with your own Twitch account. Once you log in, it will basically show you the people that follow you, I think is what it goes to initially for me. Maybe it's because that's what I have. So it takes you to your follower list. If you get bot followed, say like 500 people follow you in 1 second, you can say ban people from the second before to the second after that followed, and it will ban every single one of those accounts like that. This is only really important so that Twitch doesn't think that you've bought followers, because it can prevent you from getting affiliate, it can prevent you from getting partner, stuff like that. So it is important to delete those bots. You can also regularly comb through and be like, how many bots do I have? I have one known bot account, so I will remove that bot. I have confirmed this is what I want, yes. So now I should have no follows from bot accounts. And I can also see, for instance, I have 2 follows from disabled accounts. Well, that doesn't really help me long term since they're not there, so I can choose to remove them. And my follow account will go down when that updates, but that's okay because it's getting rid of people that it doesn't make any positive difference to me having them, if that makes sense. No, Twitch has the ability to share ban information with other channels. You mean bans about specific people? Because that would be helpful. If it's specifically my ban list, it's got so many people on it, it's not helpful. Dear Morag, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. If it's to share like information about one specific person, then that is helpful and that is something I could use. It's only if it's the entire list that it's issue. I know I'm not a bot, but it's like when you see a copy, you get nervous. Oh, you're fine. You'll be just fine. Don't worry. It's just a really useful tool that a lot of streamers aren't aware of, and then they end up getting in a situation where they get bot followed or something like that, and they don't know how to get rid of them without manually checking if each one is a bot. And like, that's not something you have to do. There is software out there that can help you, and obviously it's never a nice situation when anybody gets followed like that. Like, it's a pain in the ass, honestly, but there are things you can do, and it doesn't have to be the end of the world, and Commander Root is really good at helping with that. So I'd say if you're a streamer and you obviously I should say as well, I'm obviously not endorsed by Commander Root, but like, if you haven't got it saved onto your bookmarks or something like that, now's the time. I'd absolutely recommend that you do that. It's just very helpful in the event of getting bot followed. Definitely human. Sus, I'd say. Mark them as sus. Put them as a suspicious user. Very sussy behavior. Oh dear. Yeah, nothing to be worried about or anything like that. It's just a way of basically making sure that you haven't got lots of bots following you. Because, again, it will affect you if you're trying to get to affiliate or if you're trying to get to partner. Those kind of things you do not want. Also, it's just not fun to get followed by 500 bots. Like, it doesn't feel like an achievement. It feels nasty. I don't know. So yeah, if you haven't checked out Commander Root, the link's in the chat just a bit above now. But yeah, go have a look at it. Also, Shifty, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. You excited? You heckin' excited? You got a big stream today by any chance? I feel like I know a Shifty that has a big stream today. Put chats in about only after streams. Yeah, it was definitely something. Oh dear. I've already been telling chat about your anniversary stream later. I think most people here might be aware at this point, but if you're not aware, Shifty has a 2-year anniversary stream later. We're going to be raiding into them after stream so that hopefully you guys can all check it out. It's going to be very heckin' chill times. And also like a proper celebration. It's nice to have little celebrations on Twitch. Heck yeah. 2.3 million bot accounts to go. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Are you doing the whole getting rid of all the bots? Are you getting rid of everything? Good luck to you. It will take most of your day. I hope you don't need your computer for the rest of the day. It's gone. It's gone. It will not be coming back. Not if you're doing that. There we go. Heckin' nervous. Oh no! I've saved the link. Heck yeah! Good job, good job. Yes, 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 yes. You might also be accused of being Skynet. Yeah, you don't want that. That's no good. That's no good. Oh dear. There's pity not a script for the creeps as well as the bots. Oh dear. Yeah, I know. I know, right? Oh dear. Go. Right, we need to sew this one on, and then on the other side, and then I have made like a little bow somewhere. Where'd I put it? There it is. I've got like a gem that I can attach to it, so that will end up going like here. Little bow! And he does, heck yeah, thank you, heck yeah! My, well, due to save troubles, later PC can handle it, and so does my internet, so it should be fine, okay. Yeah, when I did it, oh my god, I was just like, oh, well, I guess I'm not streaming today, and I guess in fact that's all my computer is doing today, is this one thing. Oops. It's still worth it, and I'm glad that I did it. It also somewhat can protect you from bot raids as well, because although sometimes a lot of them are quite new, if there's any old ones in there, they just won't be able to chat, so it can help with that. Come on, machine, you've got this. You really don't like blue today, huh? Any sewing that's blue, it's like, no, I don't want to sew that. It's blue. Ew, no blue today. Please, machine. So much of what we do here is blue. Oh dear. No, it's... oh. There we go. And down there. Yo! Oh, listen up. You know what? Story. I feel like I kind of asked for that. One does not simply say blue in this channel without expecting a full song. Just blue, like him, inside and outside. Blue his house, with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him, and himself, and everybody around. Cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. Yeah, I'm blue, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. I'm blue, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. So quick, yeah. There's always someone. Dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. That's another thing you learn with Twitch. However many channel points you set something to, somebody always has the channel points. So, be prepared. You might think it won't happen that often. Oh ho ho ho. Wouldn't you be surprised? Oh, Star Chart, thank you for the follow as well. I'm going to do like a little stitch in there, I think, but I'll hold off on that for now because that's like a finishing touch. It's just because I did those as two separate pieces and I want them... Oh, actually, can I just do a zigzag over them? It's kind of cheating, but like... I wanted to add some gems to the end anyway, so you wouldn't see it. Yeah, sure, I'll cheat. Because after doing that Mateus costume for so long, I am now in a completely new mindset of cheating. Sure, I'll cheat. I'll take the easy way out, thank you. Yeah, that sounds great. Easy. Oh no, it didn't go to both sides though. Oh no, the cheat, it's not working. It needs to go from there and then fold that in. And then to there. Ah, well, I gave it a good shot. I'm gonna have to use my hand stitching and now it just has more stitches on it. Whatever. That's what I get for trying to be cheeky. Will this go the whole way around, do you think? I don't think it will. I think it'll go up to there, but then I do have a little bit extra here. I just don't really want to make anything extra for this, since this is kind of an extra project in itself. Even with 100 million, someone will hit it. Someone out there is going to be like, my time to shine, and you'll be like, that should never have been redeemable. How did you get that? And like, through some convoluted scheme, they have the channel points necessary. Like, you whatever you do, someone will always have the channel points every single time. How much I like to party? Heck yeah. You can express how much you like to party. We all like to party here. Oh, you're in the right stream for partying today, Felitas. Because we'll be going to a party later. The plan for it. It's like you never need it, but I've got a button that clears and locks my chat down, drops a marker. Exactly. That's exactly what I would suggest as well. It's like, you of course hope that it never happens to you. And I hope that it never happens to anyone here in chat. But if you do get bot followed, if you do get bot raided, if you do get hate raided, it is better to have little things in place, and also like to let your mods know what you expect, like in that kind of situation, so that if you are not the first person to be made aware of it, that somebody can do something for you. Yeah. Oh yeah. There we are. I like to partay. It also turns off all my alerts. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of precaution you need. And you hope it never happens. But if it did, you'd be ready for it. Tisa, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Ah, dear. Don't have 3k points. Damn. Oh no. What a shame. Did people... Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Just you wait until we do the 3,000. I would say though, actually, people probably want to start saving their points around now, because when we do the 3,000 follower stream, you're gonna want channel points for that. Just gonna put it out there. If you haven't saved too many channel points, you might want to start saving them now. The reason is, for anyone who is not aware of what we are planning for our 3,000 follower celebration when it happens, we are going to be doing basically a crowd-controlled cosplay. If you've not seen crowd-controlled on Twitch, it's when viewers can donate channel points or bits to have things appear or happen on the stream. Most of the time in video games, it's stuff like remove a heart or drop your weapon or stuff like that. But in a sewing stream, it'll be things like add eyes. Add eyes. Sew with mittens on. Stuff like that. So if you don't have too many channel points, I'd probably recommend maybe considering starting to save them soon. Because we'll hit 3,000 probably in the next couple months, if I had to guess. Although I am just guessing, I would hazard a guess at about the next couple months. And that gives you a couple months to save channel points, ready for a big stream, where you can spend a lot of channel points if you want to muck up a costume. That's gonna be so fun. Oh, it is. It's gonna be so fun. It's a very stupid idea, but it's gonna be really fun. And we have at the moment in the Discord a suggestions, what do you call it? Oh no, was that not attached? My bad, I'll have to redo that. We have a suggestions channel for if anybody has any ideas of things they'd like to add. What I would say is, before you make any suggestions, please do read the guidelines or the outlines in the event, because otherwise the suggestions will just be like, I can't do that, I'm not doing that, that's impossible kind of thing. The other thing is, if you have suggestions, please do put them in the suggestions on the Discord, because stuff that gets said on stream, I will not remember. In 2 months' time, I will not remember the one suggestion that was made on stream. Put them in the suggestions thing in the Discord if you have any. That way, when it comes to the day where I'm putting together the list, I'll actually see it. I don't mean it as anything like you have to be in the Discord to do stuff. It's just that way I will remember. Because what I don't want to have happen is someone have a really, really good suggestion, I forget, and then it's not included. Hate reading coming in everyone. Oh dear. I mean, that would get my follower count up. Listen. But not in a way that I think I want it to go up. Which is important, you know? That's important to me. It's gotta be done in a way that I'm happy with too. That's why I don't want, like, I will delete any bot follows and stuff like that. And also because next month we're gonna be properly doing our partner push. We've kind of started it now already, but like, next month really is when I'm gonna be going for it. Like, just because halfway through next month we'll move house. and be in like the permanent sewing place. So although we're kind of starting it now with the amount of streams we're doing, you know, it won't be until next month that it will really kick in. I just need to put a couple stitches in there. There we go. That's good. Nice. It's not perfect, but it will do. Okay. There we go, and then I need to just put this one onto this one. Sew these two together. I will put a popper on the back. I'm not going to do that yet because I don't know where my poppers are. I've packed them away, I think. Oh dear. To also master moving followers, as my followers can only be moved in time, so you have to follow for 2 days, kind of thing. Yeah. Partner push, let's go. Yeah. Oh, Shifty, you might not have been here. Yeah, so that was like one of the announcements we made last month was I needed to get through TwitchCon and do all of that first. But once we were through TwitchCon, because I'm not working right now, it's a really good time for me to give it a go before I get another job. It's not to say that if we don't hit partner, I'm just going to suddenly stop streaming. We'll go back down to like 4 days a week, I expect. So, but if I do hit partner, it means I could keep streaming 5 to 6 days a week, and yeah, that would be really nice. I would enjoy that, but it's not necessary for me to keep being on Twitch, if that makes sense. I don't want people to think that if we don't hit it, that like something terrible will happen. It's just because I've never had the opportunity to really commit to streaming full time because of being at work and having to save medications for work and stuff like that. Whereas now, I can put all my medication towards streaming. So any things that I want to do that were off limits before because I might not have been well enough, not the case now. I have myself as the top priority for the first time in quite a while. And so, yeah, we're going to be giving it a go. Ah, dear. There we go. But really, we'll be starting next month just because obviously this month has been quite erratic with streams. We had like a full week off and then coming back to it, we've been like a bit all over the place with what we've been doing just because of going to TwitchCon. Okay, just in case you're curious. There it is. It needs a gold rim at the top, but then actually that would be it done. It just needs a gold rim at the top, really. And the little details all sewn on. Go. I see, understood. Yeah. Next month will be all go. This month just need a little bit more time. I might actually, I don't normally do this, but I might add it on with the intention of folding it up just so the neck's a little bit higher. I wouldn't normally because it can look a bit funky, but I think in this case it'll actually be okay. Go. Also, hopefully once we move, I say next month, basically the intention is to start pushing for partner after the 11th. So after we move into the new property. Why is this wet? Oh, it's because it was it's the condensation from this. I was like, wait a minute, why fabric wet? I know, listen, I'm trying to do an announcement. You can't be distracting me like this, fabric. Why are you so damp? Oh, that proper threw me. Yeah, until I move house. When I move house, it'll be on the 11th of August is when we're moving everything in. And then technically, we do still live here until the 20th, but I will have all of my stuff in the new place. And that's when we'll really go for it. Because at that point, we won't be in the act of moving house anymore. Because it's a little difficult to think of anything else when you're buying your first house, honestly. Fabric is wet because, oh shoot, you're right. I didn't even think of that. That's what it is. Yeah, it's because it's Aqua. Of course the fabric's wet. It's only right that the fabric is wet, I could even say. Shoot, my bad. Okay, let's get that there. There you go. There you go, buying photos, thank you. It's been a very, very, very long time in the making. We started looking at properties literally years ago. Literally years ago, and then we finally found one that was like right for us, and then they pulled out, and then we finally found another one that was right for us, and then they pulled out, not because they accepted the offer, which makes sense because we literally, oh god, that's not right. We literally offered them what they were asking, and they were like, yeah, cool, that's great. But then due to like some familial circumstances or something, they had to keep renting the property for a while longer, so they pulled out. Which, you know, it does make sense. I'm not going to hold it against any of them. The reason the first one pulled out was because we went into lockdown again. The second one pulled out because of familial circumstances. Like, it is what it is. And then the third one, we had our offer accepted in January, and we are moving in next month. So it has been a bit of a long process, but I'm really glad that we are finally at this stage where we have our move-in date and everything, because there was a fair amount of time where it felt like that would never happen. Like, we just would not move into our new property. But now it is happening. It's the time. And I'm very happy. I'm very happy. This new property, well, first of all, it's ours, so we won't be paying rent to somebody else anymore, which is like such a nice position to be in. But then also it's a really good house for us. Like, yes, it needs a little bit of work before we can live there, but the size of it is perfect, the location is perfect, it's like everything else is really, really good. So it needs a little bit of initial work, but we are doing that now, and once that's all done, yeah, we can move in. Good times here. I'm very, very happy. I know I'm also very lucky to be in this position. I just can't wait to get into it. At the moment, I'm still stripping wallpaper, so, you know, we've had to have all of the radiators replaced as well. We also have a new boiler, so a few initial purchases, you know, that had to be made. But honestly, we're very lucky to have some people in high places who have been able to help us out a lot with that. So that's been really good, and they've also lent us a lot of equipment for like steaming the wallpaper and getting scrapers and all that kind of stuff that I normally wouldn't have access to. So I'm very, very grateful to them because they made the whole process a lot easier. And then the last really big modification is on the roof, which is for the loft room. Whenever they got the loft room converted, they removed all the insulation for the ceiling basically. Which maybe doesn't sound that bad, but it's bad. Removing the insulation from the ceiling means that there is no heat or coldness kept in the house, which means whatever temperature it is outside is amplified inside at all times, which is not ideal. But it's quite an easy fix. It's just the roof needs to be lowered, which sounds awful, but like I have been told it's not too bad and it'll be fine, and we just have to. It takes a little while, and once it's done, it'll be done forever. So. I didn't see this Aqua cosplay. Admittedly, I haven't heard any of their stuff as Barbie girls. They're gonna be hype. God damn it! All the heckin' Barbie girl jokes. It's not even a Barbie costume. It's completely different. Completely different. There's not even anything similar. Oh dear. Heckin' jested. Heckin' jested again. No. Oh dear. But yeah, there's lots of really positive things happening here. It's just because there's a lot going on. Things in general are just a bit slower. But we're getting there. Honestly, I'm really pleased with the amount of progress we're making on things. Even though it's slow, we are getting from A to B. And that's kind of all I could ask for. Not quite the right colour, that one, is it? Do we have any other... I think I'd take this one again. I know it's not the correct type of thread, but... it's okay. Also... stop rolling around, guys. Excuse me. Sensitivity is low with insulation. Yeah, so we're already got people in looking at it, and like we're getting different quotes because we need insulation put in the roof, the wall cavity, and the loft cavity. So it's a lot, and we're getting insulation boards rather than the fiberglass kind of options or the wall options. We're getting boards. It just works better for the house, and it will be a little bit more expensive, but like because we'll be using the rooms that are suffering, it's better honestly to get something that works a little bit more long term. We're not planning on leaving this house anytime soon, so let's get the long term solution. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's coming along, but it's just that bit is a bit of a fix. Like that bit will take a little longer, and the loft room will eventually end up being my sewing room. So we will be in the living room while that's getting done. So when we initially move, we won't be in our like forever sewing room. We will be in the living room, and that's just because the loft, while it's being done, there shouldn't be anything in it. So yeah. Oh dear, certified digester moment. Absolutely. Also, there you go. Like it. It's nice and simple, but I can't finish it because I don't know where my poppers are. So I can't make a little popper to put behind my head. I'll find something. Maybe I'll use like a little bit of Velcro or something instead. I'm not sure. It does still need a couple bits sewn into it though. So the machine sewing is done, but not the hand sewing. Also, how long has this taken? Not even 2 hours. I mean, we are going very, very quickly through this. I need a big bow, and then I do have a gem, but I'm probably going to stick that one with hot glue, and I've packed away my hot glue gun. So it'll have to be gemless for now, but that's okay. We'll live, I think. Where's my... Oh, right in front of me. Duh. Right, I would like a not huge pin, but I also don't really want a beading pin. This one looks perfect, except for it's pinging pins at me. Ah! No. Okay. Not a beading one. Thank you. I can also advise I'd avoid asbestos. You know, I was really considering asbestos, and then yeah, I've heard a few people say that it's just not that good. So you know, I was heavily considering asbestos, but now no, I don't. I think I'm just gonna go for the boards. They are more expensive, but you know. Oh dear, we had to have the house checked for asbestos. Luckily, it looks like we're all good. You can never be 100% sure depending on when the house is built, but because of when our house was built, plus some of the design patterns in the ceilings, it was like, oh god, is there asbestos in our ceiling? I swear. Like, we will get rid of it if we have to, but like, But no, it turns out we're pretty okay, thankfully. Oh dear, that would have just honestly been the icing on the cake. Like, okay, so you need to get your roof done, you need this done, you need this done, oh, and there's asbestos in your house. Oh dear. But most of the issues we knew about when we bought it. Like, we knew there were issues in the loft and we were ready for it, and that was always going to be the biggest one. We knew the radiators were old. We weren't going to get a new boiler, but because we would have had to get a new one in the next couple of years anyway, like, why not? So we got one. Get that kind of thing sorted when moving in felt like a really good idea. And then everything else is just lots of stripping. So much, everything needs to be stripped. Like, I was saying this earlier on stream. I was stripping the wallpaper yesterday, and just for like an indication of like what it's like. So the first outer layer is wallpaper, and then it's another layer of wallpaper, then it's a layer of paint, then it's a layer of wallpaper, then it's a layer of plaster, then it's a layer of wallpaper, and then another layer of plaster. And that is what the walls are like. And the paint is so thick, you can peel it off, and it like stretches as you peel it. So when I say, like, I'm going to be spending a while stripping the house, like, oh, I am going to be spending a while stripping this house, because it is layers upon layers of, like, them wanting to redo it, but then also not taking away any of the previous stuff. So it's not been stripped in I don't know how long. And thus, here we are now, stripping a whole house. Oh, dear. I mean, I kind of get it, honestly. Like, it's a pain. I get it. But, oh my god. The walls are so thick with just wallpaper and paint that it's like, I stripped the 3 main walls in the living room, and it took me 7 hours just to get all the layers off. And there are still sections where I can't get it off. The 3rd layer of wallpaper, it's obviously something's happened to it over time, and it's like really not in a very good way. And so trying to strip it is really difficult because it's really thin and it doesn't come off properly with a normal stripper. And so that's been kind of a problem. There's still patches of that 3rd layer in places, and I physically can't do anything about it right now. I'm hoping that I will be able to do something about it with a thinner scraping tool, but like, as I am steaming it won't get it off. So it's like, Why are there so many layers? Made of asbestos, rethinking the asbestos sponsorships. Yeah, this asbestos sponsorships seem kind of shifty, not gonna lie. Without the stingy part. Cotton, God. I mean, I could do cotton wool. I think shiny would have a fit, but like, I could do it. Wouldn't it be a seller's responsibility to report on asbestos? Yes and no. So it's part of a survey most of the time here. The seller has to report if they know there's asbestos in the walls, but if they're not sure, then it is up to you to get a survey. It's not up to them. Yeah. It's only if it's been previously reported that there's asbestos in the house, and because they never got it checked, it's kind of like a loophole, honestly, but yeah. So our surveyor is what let us know, not the previous people. I'm in my house, she is fascinated with typical wallpaper layers because like interior decor archaeology. Yeah, it kind of was like that. Like you take off the first layer and you're like, oh, another layer. And then you see like the red layer and you're like, oh, this must be the paint on plaster. No. Unfortunately not. That is not the paint on the plaster. That is another layer. It just goes on and on and on and on. I am a little bit scared of the other rooms, honestly, and how bad they're going to be. But we'll get to it. Like, we'll do it. Do not know if I find other sponsors to replace the asbestos one. They paid well. Layers of fear, am I right? Oh my god, that's why my thumb hurts so much, because a lot of it you couldn't really get off very well with the strippers or steaming, but you could just peel it off, especially the bits that were on the plaster. That's why I got plaster under my thumb, because I was like peeling it all off and it shot up there. It's okay, I'll be more careful next time. And now I'm aware of how many layers we're dealing with. The other thing is, like, it is kind of like an archaeological dig site, in that, like, when we get down to the plaster, sometimes there are holes in that plaster, because obviously it was like plastered, wallpapered plastered, so there is a whole other like design behind the plaster, and we found like plug sockets and like places for wires that are no longer there, kind of thing in there, which is kind of interesting, in that like there's just holes in places for like, you can kind of tell what was meant to be in the holes, but it's just not there anymore. And yeah, that's been kind of interesting, honestly. Really bad asbestos, it could become aircon. Oh, don't get me wrong, I know exactly what asbestos is. My degree was in not archaeology, it was in interior design, but specifically listed architecture. I know asbestos. I am very well versed in asbestos. I literally did a 3-year degree where basically every single property had asbestos in it for a fair while. One of the properties I worked on couldn't physically even have worked on in it because the amount of asbestos. And then it also became a breeding site for bats. You know, bats are a nightmare, honestly. I love bats, but like, nah. If they get near your building, you screwed. You are screwed. You know how getting it off the walls? I'm always happy to help, but I'm busy today. I'm working tomorrow and Tuesday, but I'll be away for 2 weeks after that. Thanks, Shifty. I mean, I'm going down on Wednesday. If you fancy it, you're welcome to join me. But it is just, it's hard work, and I don't want you to feel like you have to. Wednesday's the next day I'm going, because like that's the next day I'm free to do it. And also by that point, I figured like maybe my finger would have healed. We'll see on that one. Sure, why not? This isn't in the design, but I want it, so I'm adding it. Welcome to cosplay. You want it, you add it. It's your design. I want this. Traveling to London, so I'm gonna have to take a rain check. No, that's fair enough. I don't blame you. Honestly, I think I would move to another country to avoid some of this. But I know once it's done, it'll be super worth it. That's kind of what I gotta keep in mind, is like the end goal is like, this is our first house. It's gonna be really cool to be able to move into it. These, by the way, are some resins that didn't work so well, so they're like not perfect. But I've kept them because I figured for like something like this I could use them and you wouldn't really notice that they weren't perfect. So I made these last year, yeah, I think. In case anyone's interested in what I'm just randomly sewing onto my costume. Just some resin I made like a year ago that I kept because it wasn't perfect, but now I don't care on this kind of costume, so here we go, resin! Oh dear. There we go. There we are. Nice. Wow. Oh dear, they used a chipping hammer than a steamer. Thing is, we have to be a bit careful because we are going to stop at the first layer of plaster. And so we don't want to go through that first layer of plaster too much. Even though there is another layer of wallpaper behind it. Listen, there's only so many layers somebody can go through. 5 is enough for me. But because of that, we have to be a little careful how far we're going. Okay. And through there. And through there. Ooh. Places to be. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Nice and easy. No stress. Honestly, my kind of costume. The big gem in the middle, I do have the big gem, I just don't have hot glue, so it's not going to be attached for a while. It probably won't be attached until we move. Listen, I'm sorry. It's moving house woes 101. I can't use any of my stuff because it's all packed away. But I think that'll do just fine. And then, yeah, there we go. I'll do. Bats are not so bad. Just build a high-tech operation base in their cave. It's fine. Yeah, so the thing with bats is, if they've moved in to the place which you want to build on, they immediately make the project undoable. Basically, you have to wait for them to leave of their own accord. And if you're seen doing anything that will potentially be to make the bats move, that's a criminal charge. Oh my god! Lena, welcome on in! How was your stream? And what did you get up to? We're talking about house stuff. Because I bought a house, right? First ever house. And we're talking about some of the problems a first house sometimes has. Ah, they're protected here too. Yeah, basically if they move in, you have to wait for them to leave on their own. It's kind of the same as if over here there's a rule if you're maybe digging new foundations or something like that, let's say, because that's pretty common. Say you're digging new foundations and you come across something that could be of archaeology or archaeological value, you have to stop completely what you're doing until you get a dig team out to check the site. And if they do decide that it is of value, you have to stop and wait for them to do their whole process, which could take years. I know that's happened to a really big building in the Bay at one point in Cardiff, because basically what happened was they found part of a Viking longship and they had to completely stop their project. Oh, so Lena, welcome on in. We haven't been able to afford that yet. Stream went great. I mean, your friendship bracelet. Heck yeah. That sounds lovely. Yeah, we've been in the pipeline of doing it for a while. We were in a very fortunate position, thankfully, where we were able to recently. And oh my God, it's so much. It's a lot. You know, it'd be great to not be paying rent anymore, and also like not moving every year or so, but my god, it's a lot. Also, I'm just making a pom-pom for her, what do you call it, her headpiece, her hairband. I think it's a hairband. She has a ball on there and I'm like, pom-pom. That if your demolished building has bats, you have to build bat boxes. That makes sense. Heck yeah. That's kind of a nice one though. I like that one. The only problem is becoming Batman is your parents have to die, and I know it's a bit uncomfortable. That would be very uncomfortable. That's not something I would like to have happen anytime soon. Also, if you guys have never seen a pom-pom maker, get ready to have your minds blown. These things are genius. Although I have to make sure I don't use all of it on one side because I only have 10 meters. So I'm probably going to stop about there, I think. Yeah, these things are actually genius, and yeah, I love them, honestly. They're great. So you get these two little compartments and then you just wrap your wool around it, kind of like how you would like if you'd made a little cardboard donut. But because it's already split in half and then it's already split down the center as well, it makes it really easy to add the wool to it, so you're not having to like thread it through the middle every time. They are so good. I love them. If you're someone who likes pom-poms like me, these, you can get them on Amazon. They're really cheap. I love Konosuba so much. Oh, heck yeah. So we made this really, really quickly. I see if I can show you it in the sewing face cam. There you go. It's kind of just pinned onto there right now. But like, we made it in 3 streams. This is the 3rd stream for it, I think. It's probably taken less than 10 hours. It's a very, very quick costume for us. But it's because we just made a really, really big cosplay competition piece. And that took like 2,000 hours. So we thought we'd, you know, chill out a little bit, do just some fun, no stress work for a while, because obviously it's quite a lot coming out of one of those kind of costumes. Don't you use just a piece of card? You can, yeah. So that's like the traditional method of doing it, LARP. If you want a quicker way of doing it, this is the quicker way. In that, like, I've already filled up both sides, basically. I'm going to put a little bit more on the other side because I do think it could go a little bit thicker. And I have more wool. I was worried I was going to run out of wool, to be honest. But it looks like that shouldn't have been a concern of mine. Like, we're fine. So you've put all of your wool into this. And, yeah, it's just really, really quick. If you need to make a lot of pom-poms, it's great. Right. You fold both pieces to the center. Like this, and now you have your full circle. I don't have any really small scissors nearby, which is going to make this kind of difficult because I don't know if this will fit in properly. But then you snip the whole way around like you normally would, because there's a little dip in there. It's much easier if you have small scissors nearby. I don't know where they are. I don't think I've packed them, but I'm also not sure. And then you could also fill your pom-pom a lot tighter than I've done mine, but because I don't have that much of this, it's just tapestry wool, I went safe. And then take your thread, or wool if you have more wool. I have thread. And pull really nice and tight. The other thing is these come in like loads of different sizes. I got a pack of 4, I think. So, all 4, nice and cheap. Heck yeah. I have very love-hate feelings about Aqua. So the reason I did Aqua is because my hair's the right colour. And so I don't have to bother with a wig or anything like that. Also, here's a pom-pom. I will trim it in a second. But... a pom-pom. Oh dear. And how long that take? Like 2 minutes, 3 minutes? Very cheap, very quick. There you go. I'm gonna attach this later to a hairband, but not now. So for now, heckin' costume done. Ready for wear. I'll wear it on stream tomorrow. Very, very quick costume while we're moving house. And honestly, very beginner friendly. Like, there wasn't a lot of techniques we used doing this that were like, would be difficult for anyone to follow. What would be difficult for me to follow, apparently, is trimming my goddamn threads. That is messy as heck. You know what the floor could always do with more threads as well. There you go. Get all that trimmed. Terrible, terrible. Oh dear, what a cool affiliate program. Oh wait, with the Burden Blend. If you like tea, heck yeah. I love that. I'm drinking some of their tea. I drink their tea basically every stream now because I have a lot of it and it's really good. I've saved the Eton Mess, which is not this one, and the Chocolate Digestive to one side because I just love those two too much. Take care, Shifty. Thank you for the lurk. We'll see you later. Now that's the first half of the stream done because we literally finished our cosplay. Honestly, a lot quicker than I thought we were going to, but that's okay. I'll take speediness. So what we'll be doing next is a little bit of video games. Also, Lena, thank you for the lurk. Let's see. Oh, actually, wait, we could do video games. Or would you prefer to do some drawing? Because I'd actually really like to get some more ideas for the Zoe concept drawn up. And there are some that I've like penciled in that I have not done. Let me see if I can get you zoomed in a bit. I think that way as well I could stay and make us some crafting because, or I could change to art. I don't know. Should I change to art? Maybe I should. Basically, if you've not seen, we're going to be making a cosplay competition piece for TwitchCon's cosplay competition next year. So I'm just starting the planning for that out now because I can't start making it until we move house. Okay. Planning next year's cosplay. Sorry, I can't touch type and I can't read my keyboard. Cosplay competition piece. I'll put myself in art. Because it's going to be more arty, honestly. We could draw a sexy molded. That's an option. I don't know if anybody wants to see that, but we could do it. Oh yeah, no, you can't see my keyboard. I don't have a keyboard. Don't worry about it, guys. You didn't see anything. It was all an illusion. An illusion, I tell you. No, we don't own a keyboard on this stream. God. Oh dear. Oh, to get sponsored by tea companies. Actually, every one of my teams is an excuse to make a whole liter. Heck yeah. Honestly, I love tea. They gave me a lot that I can make cold teas out of as well, which is really nice. I mean, my keyboard. Yeah, your keyboard's very interesting. Yes, yes. Let me see. Do we have a zoomed in? Oh, we do, but that's kind of in the wrong place, and it's upside down. What about this one? That's better. Okay. Okay, let me take you through what I've been doing and what my plans are, and kind of explain some stuff. So I'm going to be making Zoe from Resident Evil 7, but specifically from the End of Zoe add-on. Zoe is in the main story quite a lot, but you kind of leave her on a bit of a cliffhanger, and so the End of Zoe kind of rounds out her story for her, and doing that she is infected. So she has, like, I don't have any, I should say, images, unfortunately. Also, 2 seconds. What is this pop up? Oi, 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 oi. There we go. Okay, so we see her infected and she's covered in white. So she becomes very, very white. She has like this kind of growth over her, but it's like very pretty and sparkly, but still like a growth that comes out of her body, and thankfully covers all of her bits that maybe I couldn't have on show. Just, you know, very subtly and very like carefully covers those bits up. So the way that I've been drawing at the moment is like, if it's white, if it's in blue, that's the white stuff. If it's red, it's the over-the-top costume. So I really, really liked the designs of the molded and the and Zoe in Resident Evil. I like both of them. So what I kind of decided I wanted to end up doing, also there's some face stuff that you don't need to see. I wanted to do Zoe, but with the molded over the top, and I do want the costume to end up covering basically the whole body. I have a few penciled in things that I need to actually do some designs for. This is kind of more what the molded will end up looking like. So the way that I'll be designing it is I'll be doing a layer of all the muscles, which will have some LEDs and stuff like that in it so they glow through, and then I'll be doing all of the bone structure or mold structure over the top, which will be all the black bits. That's kind of the plan for now. That's kind of where we're at. I still have a lot of planning to do. The fact that it's taken me a really long time to work out how I'm going to get it to transition from full molded to Zoe wearing the molded as a cape to just Zoe. It's quite a big transition, and it might not sound like it on the surface, but it is. So when you're looking at full body stripping off, like for strippers or for sometimes theatre, stuff like that, the seam tends to be down the side so that you can remove it completely. But the issue that I have with that is the rules regarding a lot of cosplay competitions say that you can't have things come off of your cosplay on stage. So basically, you can't have it where I could rip it off and put it on the floor because it would break that rule. So basically, you have to have anything that comes off the cosplay, like a prop, for instance, that has to be announced and tagged. Whereas because this would be on me, I couldn't really have it tagged, and I couldn't rip it off and leave it on the stage. So I need to have it rip off to a cape. What that means is it needs to be ripped down the front, not down the sides, and that makes it a lot more difficult because I will need 2 seams on the legs rather than 1 seam on the leg so that the cape comes off properly at the back. And then that's very difficult to do because ripping both legs at once is near impossible. So what we're going to be doing is I will have it rip open at the front with Velcro, but I'm going to have 2 zips up the inside of the leg that I can pull up a little bit ahead of time while I'm not moving, so that when I rip out the front it looks like the whole thing comes open, even though the legs will have been released maybe just a few minutes before. Yes. That's the plan, and that's taken a lot of planning. The other thing that I've kind of will end up putting into this is where all the attachments are. There will be magnets on the inside of the legs so that the 2 parts of the legs can find each other after it becomes a cape and become like a proper cape. so that they're not just like two legs that have fallen off me. The arms are a total other thing. Basically, the plan with the arms is to keep them as a whole, so sneak my arms out of the arms, because it will be very bulky. It won't be too difficult for me to just sneak myself out. I will have the two arms just hang behind me rather than having them rip open as well, because after having the legs as well as the rip open chest, any more ripping open will make the transformation really, really long, and on stage that just won't look very good. You want it to be like snappy, like bam, right? So we'll have one rip away panel on their face so that I can reveal the face and pull down the hood, but that will be holdable. It won't be so big that I have to let go of it, which means I should stick within most convention rules. The thing is, I won't know the rules for TwitchCon until they start allowing entrance, so I don't know what the rules are right now exactly, which means I want to stick within what I see as general rules as much as possible. And one of those general rules is just you can't have things come off your costume on stage. So, you know, quick change is fine, but everything stays attached to you. It's so that you're not leaving things behind on stage, which could cause a problem for the behind the scenes people most of the time. And so I wouldn't be surprised if it was another rule again in TwitchCon. Yes. From Jiffy to booth at Indie Popcorn, I won an Apocalypse suit. Oh, nice! Heck yeah! I hope you enjoyed the zoo. Only the explanation about it sounds intense. Yeah, so a lot of it has to do with the technical stuff, which is what I've been really trying to work at. Because making a bodysuit, I can do that. Like all the embroideries and details, it'll take a while, but I can do that. Making a molded suit, I can do that. But making it so that it transforms from the molded to Zoe, that's hard. That's gonna take a bit of engineering, but I think it will look really good on stage. And a lot of what I like is like embroidery stuff that I can do which doesn't involve like machinery, and you know, I like to have stage presence. So this costume is everything that I would want to make, and it's also a character that I really like. I think a lot of people that play Resident Evil 7 really like Zoe, and I liked Zoe a lot too. When I first saw Zoe at Ender Zoe, I literally took like 1,000 screenshots, and I might go back and get more, just of more specific parts, because I loved her outfit so much. And so I'm very excited to make it. It's a lot smaller to body as well. So the thing would be is that I wouldn't need the cape. I could just take the cape off, and I could actually go around TwitchCon in just the Zoe costume, because it would not be a bulky costume. It would be very, very small and close to the skin, and that way I can actually walk around the convention next time in the costume, even if it's not the full costume, even if it's not the molded and everything like that. I can at least walk around in this part. So there you go. I took what I learned from this TwitchCon, and I am putting it into the next one. Have it so that I can wear the costume around. Because the thing is, that's how, like, if people want to see the costume close up, there was no way I could do that with the last one. Whereas this one, I can definitely do. Asylum, welcome on in. I need to look into the TwitchCon competition. Yes! Oh my god. If you have any curiosity about entering TwitchCon, just do it. I've entered quite a few cosplay competitions in the past, and I was treated so well at TwitchCon comparatively to everywhere else that I'd been. Like, I got my own space, I got my own dressing mirror and table, I had hangers where I could hang pieces of the costume up when I wasn't using it. I was allowed 2 helpers because I was bigger, and they both got 3 tickets. We were fed and we had water the entire day for free. We had a breakfast buffet and a lunch buffet, drinks all day, hot and cold, for free, no charge. The way the judging works is I actually knew about everything that was going to go on with the judging well ahead of time, so I was like properly prepared for when I was expected to be there and what I was expected to do. The only thing that was a bit of a shame is we didn't have time to do a full rehearsal because stuff overran, which it was the first time they'd ever done a cosplay competition, so you'd hope that kind of thing would be factored in next year. So whatever I experienced this year, it will probably be better next year, because we were really the test run for TwitchCon cosplay in the EU. Next year, I can only imagine it's going to be even better. Not even to mention the fact that they gave me $2,500 just to get there. I was given $2,500 just to get there, and I can tell you, it didn't cost me $2,500 to get there. They do pay you after the convention, which is worth keeping in mind if you'll need the money to get there. So that's why I say I have to pay Shiny back. Shiny paid for us to get there, and then once Twitch pays me, I pay him, if that makes sense. But they still give you a lot to get there. And that was for a larger than life contestant. For a smaller contestant, for the sewing, the armor, and the sewing, the armor, and the SFX category, you only get 1,500, and you only get one helper. But if it's not in Amsterdam again, it's in Paris next year. So they've already announced it, which means you can start your costume now because you have to start at 12 months from the announcement, or within 12 months of the announcement. So you can start it right now because they've announced it. Paris next year. I'm very excited. Oh dear. Yeah, and the judging, they were all so nice. So there were 4 judges. They were wonderful. All really, really talented cosplayers as well. You had Kamui cosplay, of course. You also had Cinderies. You had Sunday, and you had M Croft. So you had 4 very, very talented cosplay judges. It was very, very cool to meet them all. Paris? I might go then. Yeah, it's close by, right? It's just a quick train ride away. Working on Sisters of Battle. So the only thing that I would say is to bear in mind is the 12-month rule. So basically, you can see it actually right now still because they have it in the San Diego rules as well. You have to have made the costume within 12 months from the announcement, which if you've maybe barely started it, you'll be fine because that's kind of what happened with Hut. Hut started before 12 months, but they hadn't really done as much. So they were all fine to go through. But if you've made the majority of the cosplay already, I just don't want you to get disqualified because 9 people were disqualified this year. 9. And they, you know, if you don't fit within the rules that they give, you will be cut. Yeah. Just to bear in mind, not because I'm trying to spook you out of it, but because I don't want you to get disqualified. I don't want 9 people getting disqualified again next year. Hopefully that won't happen again. Ah, dear. Oh, no. Only start the chainsaw dot if started. Yeah, you'll be fine then. The other thing is you have to announce if you have a weapon, but I think that's pretty common, so it's not difficult. Jason! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Oh dear. Has the 12 months started yet? Yes. So they announced it last week, I think. You're ready. You can go. They've announced it. Get on it. Basically, it's just so that most of the costumes are made within the last 12 months of the costume competition. So, like, the costume competition will be in July again next year, so you have a whole year now to go make it. And a lot of people have started already. I know a fair few people that are already getting straight into it, so they can use the whole of their year. Do you count as a weapon, Jelly? Of course. I'm a weapon of mass destruction. I wasn't sure if I wanted to make a weapon for this character. I did think it'd be kind of cool for her to have the fist, but it was never her fist. But I thought it'd be cool to have like the punching fists. So I could be like poo 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 on stage. Need to read the rules. It sounds amazing. What I'd say is this is the last day you'll be able to read the rules for San Diego. The rules for Amsterdam were very, very similar to the rules of San Diego. San Diego had a couple of extra rules, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Diego. I'll see if I get the link for you because you'll want to save it in case you can't get it again until next year. Yeah. Because basically they only announced the rules last year when the applications opened, and the applications didn't open until like April. So just as a heads up, you want to make sure that you have it. Oh, I have the Amsterdam one here actually. There you go. The only thing is that this might be a little different next year because there's a few rules about previous winners that won't affect you or me, but there are some rules about previous winners in the San Diego one because they've had previous cosplay competitions. So if you've won in the previous year of the San Diego one, so if you'd won 2019, you can't enter again this year, which is relatively standard. I mean, the only reason it's more standard over here is because if you've won, you're likely to come back as a judge anyway. But yeah, if you've won the previous year, you can't enter again this year. But again, that doesn't affect either of us. If you want the rules, they're right there. I see no keep. There is no keep. No keep. Hey, sharp. Yeah. Unearthed characters. So you're going to say you're going to fist me without context. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, thank you. You're good. Yes, just save that link because that way you don't get caught out if you can't get it again. I don't know if they'll take it down at any point, but it is downloadable, so like, you know, you should be in a pretty good position. There you go. I'm downloading it myself for the same reason now. I think I already have it downloaded somewhere, but I'm not exactly sure where I have it downloaded. So yeah, that should get me that again. No keyboard, no keyboard. It's The Sims, it is The Sims. The Sims has such a relaxing soundtrack. But yeah, a lot of the stuff with this costume is, I'll probably get this one done. So this is kind of a diagram to basically help me work out exactly where I want the splits to be in the costume, because they're gonna be 4 splits. Up the center of the body, down both legs, and at the face. So there's quite a few places where the costume comes apart from. So just to make sure that I'm not getting lost in my own design, there's that. I'll also be planning out all the muscles and then all of the bones and goo over the top. That's how I'm gonna do the molded part of it. What I will do is just get some stuff outlined right now. Or maybe in pencil first. Yeah, we'll get a thick version of the character so that you guys can see her, but just in pencil, and then I'll outline, oh, there goes my pencil, this is going to happen a lot, in red, where I want the other bits. Oh, is this just not a very good one? This is just not a very good one, I think. Do I have any other pencils that are relatively sharp? Please. Oh yeah, there's one. That'll do. Just so I can outline where I am inside here versus where like the cosplay will sit. Boop, boop. There you go, get me my leg in there. Okay, a leg. With a flipper at the end, because I'm not doing proper feet. It's not happening. No feet. Are we going live today? Just working on some new overlays to be fundraising. We're charity in August. Heck yeah. Oh, well, good luck. I hope that it goes well. I was taking a sink out of my great grandma's place and I came across 2 large. Is pee? No, it couldn't be pee. The thermos is. Why, Jason? Why? Ew. Ew, pee. It's Boric, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, I hope you're doing well. We are just, oh yeah, that's a good crab claw for a hand. We're just getting the outline of me inside of this, and then we'll start designing the costume around it. But it'll just be more for the attachments, this one. We have detailed drawings and then attachment drawings. Because honestly, so much of cosplay is working out the order you're doing things and getting all of your attachments and places where hopefully keep those bits subtle really early on. Otherwise you get to a point where you're like, how do you pee? Can't pee in this costume. And it's like, it's too late. You'll never pee in that costume now. Your time is up. There will be no peeing. That nearly happened to us in the last costume that we did for a competition, so you gotta be extra careful this time that it doesn't happen again. Okay. Wow. She kind of looks like she's on like a dissection board, but I needed it moving around a little bit, so that's okay, that's okay. She'll be on a dissection board for now. And I gotta give her a proper crab claws. There you go. Not a jelly hand if they don't have crab claws. Okay, basic outline, done, good. Art. This one could use a little bit of thickening. I'm just doing this bit out of pencil, and then where's my red pen? There it is. I probably will go in with the attachments in a different color as well. Almost like highlighting in a paragraph the bits that you want to pay attention to. Yes. Ah, dear. Maybe I should try TwitchCon 1 year. I always used to make my own costumes. Charted, why not? I made a proper awesome Who's 1 year. The thing is, I'd say if you have any inclination to do it, literally just do it. Just do it. Because you don't lose anything by trying. You become part of the making community during the time that TwitchCon is happening, which is really, really nice. It doesn't sound like much, but like, it's really fun, everyone working towards the same goal. And working in so many different ways as well. You'll also meet a lot of cosplayers doing it, because there are some cosplayers who will come across to Twitch specifically to enter the competition. So they're not people that maybe so regularly stream. So it's a really good opportunity to meet more cosplayers. Sorry, those are going to be the 2 zips. And then I'll have Velcro up the center. Pretty high, honestly. Like so. Whap, whap, whap. Oh, Hypersonic, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for the follow. Ah, dear. Having worked on logistics with chainsaw with sound. I must say one of the things I looked at when going through logistics of the armor. Nice. That sounds really, really cool, actually. I like the idea of that. I think I'm doing an Imperial Navy costume. Ooh. You're like, oh, you're fine, Miku. Have fun with your Genshin. I hope that it goes well. Oh, dear. It's knowing what to make. Yeah, I'd be honest, though, now, like, listen, there's no better time than now. Heck yeah. You gotta go. Oh, you're fine, love. Take care of yourself. I hope that it goes well. I hope work is good. Do people do their own characters? Yes. So actually, I was explaining this on another stream because I don't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned that they thought original characters might not do as well in cosplay competitions, when that is absolutely not the case. The person who won TwitchCon did an original character. Alex Zaza was an original character based on World of Warcraft. And she literally won TwitchCon, and if you look at the cosplay, it's ridiculously good. Sunkoi did their original interpretation of Vaporeon, so if you're looking for a couple of originals, they were both in TwitchCon last year. When I won my cosplay competition in Wales, I won it with an original design based on a Sylvari from Guild Wars 2. You know, original designs can do really, really well because they play into your, like, the things you're good at, right? So you can be like, well, I'm really, really good at this, so I'm going to design a character around that. So it can work really, really well for you. And also, you also show the skill of basically making that. Of making, you know, your own design. So yeah, do not worry. Original designs can do very well. You won't be marked down, I should say, for doing an original design. Yes. Ah, dear. Use info for their own. Cool, yeah. I think having the inspiration helps because it helps the judges make that mental link as well, just so that you do all right points-wise. Going completely original might be a little difficult for the judges to visualize what you were planning, but if you say, I based it on this, they could be like, ah, yes, make that link. Now I can see. Yeah. So I'd probably say that that's generally a good idea, but definitely not something you have to do. Just like an idea, you know? I'm just getting some of the teeth in here. I don't know that those will necessarily be exactly how it goes, but it gives an idea. I'm also just going to... Actually, I'll draw the Velcro on first. So the Velcro will be around here. So that this can rip off really easily. And probably... Do I want it the whole way down? Yeah, probably the whole way around the bottom. It will make it a little bit more stiff and rigid, but I also don't want this falling off, so get a Velcro in those parts. We have to do an LED map at some point as well, which is going to be a pain, but I'll probably get the muscle layout done first, because then I can base it on that. And those should be the attachments. I will draw around the outside of her as well. Oh, actually, there will be another, not Velcro, but a strap that will go on the underside of the shoe to hold it down, because otherwise if I'm trying to unzip it and there's nothing to pull it against, that'll be really difficult. So that's just on the feet too. Yes. Oh dear, cute little Vaporeon, they were! I made Found Wings too, but they never got finished. I may need a year to plan. Oh god. Well, you have a year starting basically now. A lot of cosplayers are starting their stuff around now, so you would be starting with everybody else, which should be good, right? Oh, the magnets, that reminds me. I need little magnets. I won't fill these ones in, but that's... This is what I mean about forgetting things. You gotta keep your mind on it, because, oh my god, you forget one of these and all your attachments will fall apart. So, just to clarify, I am using magnets, Velcro, and zips for this cosplay transformation. To be fair, I was originally going to use electromagnets, and this is better than that, because that would have been quite expensive. But it's still quite a lot. Probably like that, honestly. And then get that around there with the little molded foot. Heck yeah. That's a weird costume. Drawing stream Pog, yeah, we're just getting some plans out. Like, not so much, I've done some detailed drawings. I do like doing detailed drawings like this, to be fair, but I don't need only detailed drawings. I need a lot of planning drawings, honestly, to, like, help me work out where stuff is going and, like, how I'm going to get in and out of this. It also makes me feel more confident with the build to get this kind of stuff out the way soon, because if you wait too long and it gets too far on with the costume, it can be quite daunting to try and work that stuff out later. There's a few things I am still thinking about though, like the hands and arms are a big part of what I'm like going through at the moment. I do want my arms to be able to fit down the arms, but I also need them wide enough at the base down here that I can remove my arm just like slinking it back down. They should be loose enough that that will be the case anyway, because I do want the molded to be quite bulky, but it's something to keep in mind because if I'm going to unzip it, I actually need both my hands to be here and here, like crossed across my chest, right? So I need enough space in the costume that I can wiggle my arms around relatively freely inside, just to help me make the costume change. It's like little things like that. But then if I'm doing that, do I want to have finger movement, right? Because I could like marionette style have the fingers moving, but if I'm also like ripping my arm out of there, it might be a bit difficult. And I don't want anything to be on show that'd be delicate. So it's like something to consider. I just gotta go do that. What's Zoe from again? For Zoe is from Resident Evil 7. So we played Resident Evil 7 on stream, and I like instantly fell in love with Zoe's design. I think a lot of people did. I don't think that was just me, right? Zoe was so pretty. In the end of Zoe add-on, she was so cool. I loved her. She had such a pretty design, and it was just perfect. And even then I was like, I want to cosplay this character. I've got to cosplay this character. This character would be perfect. But you know, I didn't really have the means to do it at that point, and I had other big plans on the horizon. So Zoe kind of got put in the list of cosplays that I would one day like to do, but I'm not doing right now, right? And then I needed a new one. I need one that is majoritively, again, like relying more on hand stitching and embroidery, just because, you know, I'm still disabled. That's still a thing. And so I still can't use most of the heat guns, glue guns, Dremels on a regular basis. So I'm not going to design a whole cosplay over that because I would just be setting myself up for failure. So I still need a cosplay that relies mostly on either hands off or embroidery, like hand stitching kind of stuff, to make sure that I can craft every single day. And Zoe fit really well into that, but the molded also fit really well into that. And so I was very, very torn on whether I wanted to do the molded, which is the main like consistent enemy, like the zombies basically, but the consistent enemy in Resident Evil 7, or if I wanted to do Zoe, because I really liked both. So I think doing a mixture of both of them, having Zoe inside of the molded, will work really, really well. And that way I get everything that I wanted with the cosplay. I get to do both. So I'm a happy bean. Hopefully the judges will be happy beans. Well, throughout the making process, I should be a happy bean because I'm working within my ability, and good stuff. Oh dear. Plus, I think Zoe really lends herself to more sparkly and embroidery and 3D printing work. So, yeah. It's not like I'm just tacking it on there. Kind of like with Mateus, where I was like, I just want to do sewn armor. This one, it's like, it feels more natural than Mateus did. Although, don't get me wrong, I still love Mateus, and I like the way that we crafted it. But, yeah, this one feels a little more natural than that, which is a good thing. There you go. It's got all that outlined, and then I'm going to just do a little bit over this too, because technically this is a bit over the front. There you go. Cool. A plan. A planned drawing. No, Nicole Booby said, thank you. Can you recommend any characters of games to look at, as I don't know many? Final Fantasy, listen, I'm gonna sound very biased. Final Fantasy 14, have a little look at that, because they have a really big range of the character designs in it, and the character designs in Final Fantasy 14 are really, really good. They're very, very detailed, but they kind of very much lean themselves towards costume competitions, because you can very easily use a variety of skill on them. I would say have a little look at Final Fantasy XIV if you just want a game, because you're looking at very heavily detailed and designed characters, like even heavier than Genshin, like very heavily detailed and designed characters, who often do go, they fit basically every category. You'll have more in the sewing, more in the armor, more in the SFX, and more in the larger than life. So you will find one that kind of suits the style you want to go after, or the category you want to enter. Have a little look. The other thing is, there have been a lot of Final Fantasy XIV cosplayers who have done very well in cosplay competitions. So there is a history of them doing well. So that's kind of what you're looking for. That's probably what I'd suggest. Okay. Actually, do I want to finish the design on this page? Kind of. This was meant to be the cape. I could probably finish this, honestly. Get the outline of Zoe in there. And then we'll quickly draw this in. So this is meant to be kind of, again, another plan for the cape with Zoe in it. So rather than it being like full body, just part body, this is meant to be a design for. Kind of like a concept idea, I suppose. Yeah. And this one goes like so, and then there you go, get that there. And I'm just trying to find the places where Zoe is, and it's not like monster. Did add quite a bit of monster to this one. I think that's about there. And then on the face, her face is covered up in this one, is it? I think, do I want the whole face covered up in this one? I kind of wanted this one, I think, to be the bottom of the face you can see. I think it'd be to about there. Yeah. Okay, I think that's about where she is in there. Oh dear. I like heavy detail, yeah. If you like heavy detail, check out Final Fantasy XIV. Other Final Fantasies do have a lot of detail as well. The other thing is, you want to make a decision. Do you want to decide where the detail is and add that in? Or do you want to basically follow 100%? Excuse me 2 seconds. The reason I ask this is because in older Final Fantasies, while they do have concepts of the characters, they generally leave a lot of the detail up to your imagination on how it's there, which would give you a lot more freedom to still maintain accuracy, but be like, well, I only had pixel images of the character, so like I made the decisions on how that detail was, whether it would be beading or whether it would be armor work or stuff like that. You could make those decisions yourself. If you look at Final Fantasy XIV, it's quite obvious how a lot of the things are meant to be made, and so you are kind of boxed in a little bit more by having to make it in the same sort of way. But then at the same time, you're not having to decide every single issue. How do they judge it? Doesn't matter. Between the two, one won't be judged higher than the other because you're problem solving for both. The problem solving for the one where you like Final Fantasy XIV, for instance, would be, well, I can see that it's made in this way. How am I going to replicate that with 100% accuracy? Maybe it's made more historically. Maybe you can't see the joints. How am I going to represent that in my costume and make it 100% accurate? With the older ones, the problem solving comes more from, it's my decision, how am I going to justify it, right? So, for instance, I had that with Final Fantasy Mateus, in that I only had one image of it, which meant I had to do a lot of designs early on. But then also, because I could show that work, that's good for me, right? I did a lot of work before, and then I justified the design decisions I did by saying that I was inspired by the circus because it's a boss monster, and God, our Final Fantasy boss is flamboyant. So it fits well into the shape of the costume as well as a lot of Final Fantasy motifs. So that was my problem solving, but one doesn't get judged higher than the other. It's 100% dependent on how you want to do it. Also, Satanic, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're talking a little bit about cosplay competitions right now. If you think you can do one of those better than the other as well, if you think you'll be better maybe at following something to 100% accuracy, do that. Do whichever you think you'll be better at. Or even whichever one you'd enjoy more, because you probably enjoy one more. Oh heck! Vincent! Thank you so much for the subscription, that's very kind of you. Especially since you just popped in today. Well, welcome on in, I hope you enjoy the emotes. Heck yeah. Some good old fabric scruffles. Get a little baggy. I'm not going to be putting in the molded detail on this because this is more like an idea of shapes, and I don't want to get like you have to draw a lot of drawings when you're doing this sort of thing to get those ideas in. So this will be more for like an idea of the shapes, and later we'll come in for an idea of the details. I mean, how do they look at the finishing overall look? So you got the link to the rules, right? Enchanted. If you got the link to the rules, if you scroll down on it, it will show you exactly how the judging is scored. So it's split into 4 categories. I would say keep an eye on those 4 categories when you're doing your own design, because you can kind of place yourself into those easier. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, an original design, or a design based on something else, one won't do better than the others. It will be up to your skill level how well you do, if that makes sense. Sometimes with the original designs you are able to play more into your own skills, but then at the same time you can really push yourself with a costume that is already designed that you then have to mimic. So it really does depend on the costumer rather than the method. Yes. Right, get those shapes in. And just get some extra whip, 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 whip. Get ready for... My style of art is one-line drawings. I don't actually like removing my biro from the page. I like my biro to stay firmly on the page, and thus here we are, adding biro for the rest of our lives. I am actually not even joking though, I really like one-line drawings. I won't be doing that because, you know, obviously I've already taken my pen off and I'm not looking to challenge myself that much with this drawing, but like that is still the style I do, as if I never take the pen off the paper. It's very, very, that. That's how I draw. I get a C, yeah. I'm glad, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want it to come across as harsh. A lot of it does come down to skill, but you can choose what skills you portray with the characters that you do. So choosing a costume, it's a very personal process because of course it has to be something you're going to enjoy making and that hopefully you're also going to like the final product of, right? So it is very personal, but there are things you can do to fit into categories better. And if you're looking to get into competitive cosplay, that is something to consider. Get that arm down there. Okay, more harsh lines because it's arm. A bit nicer in there. I think I do want this bit darker, but I don't know if I have enough ink in my pen to do. My pens are like, listen, Jelly, we appreciate you, we are running out. I might actually have another red pen in my backpack though, which I could probably... Oh, where the hell is my backpack? 2 seconds, it might be on the other side of the room. If it's there, I'm gonna grab it because I want another red pen. My red pen's running out. Too much scribbling. Wow. Yelling into the distance, you can probably barely hear me. 2 seconds, I'll come back. I bought some pens while I was in Amsterdam because I wanted to do some drawing and I knew that I was going to run out of ink a lot. Just going through the rules. This one that I need to consider, you're not allowed to put music at all if you enter submitted. In any, yes, that's an important one. So, if you have made that cosplay and already entered it into another cosplay competition, you will be disqualified. So it has to be made specifically for TwitchCon. Now, if you don't get into TwitchCon, it doesn't mean you can't enter that costume into another cosplay competition then, but you have to at least wait until you've heard back from TwitchCon before you do that. Yes, that one does definitely, you should bear that in mind, yeah. Is make sure that the first costume competition you enter your costume in is TwitchCon. Otherwise, you do risk getting disqualified. So if you've already, I mean, it's quite far off at this point, and you have to make it in the last 12 months anyway, but if you were thinking that you wanted to enter that costume into another competition, your TwitchCon might not be for you, because, yeah, you have to have only entered it into TwitchCon. That one is an unusual rule, to be fair. It's not my favorite rule either, because it does, I don't know, it does kind of limit you as an entrant, but you know what, it's a rule, and if you want to enter, you gotta follow it. Even if we don't necessarily like it. I get why, it's because they want Twitch to be the priority, but yeah. Sometimes, you know, we just want to enter other cosplay competitions as well. In there, playing like recycle. It's like, I can't tell you because I've not had my feedback yet, so I don't know. Until we get our feedback, I won't be able to answer a lot of questions like that. What I would say is, as I would in any cosplay competition, if you see something like that, find a way that your costume fits into it. Because it doesn't matter if everyone fits into resourcefulness a little differently. Just find a way that you can fit your costume into resourcefulness. So maybe for you, that's recycling. Maybe for somebody else, it's using minimal material, you know? It could be different for everyone. So what I'd say is just make sure that your costume, you have an argument for it so that it fits into that category too. But until I get feedback, I actually can't really give you any more information than that. And I would say as well that my feedback will be for my one. It won't necessarily be for the whole competition, so it might not even be that helpful anyway. Did they give a date? I don't remember. It'll be July next year, but I don't remember they given a specific date yet. I think it's just that it's July next year in Paris. So no specifics as far as I'm aware. Okay, I got that in the front now. We can go with putting the cape in the back. Concept. My concept is my pen running out midway through the stroke. It's not actually running out, it's just I'm using the ink really quickly, so gravity is not taking effect. Right. There you go. Oh no, it did it a bit, but it needs a minute. It needs a minute to get it to go down a bit more. God damn it. This is the issue with one-line drawing. You'll never have enough ink. Switch between pens while they're both catching up a little bit. I've never been in the cosplay world. But you've been in the art world for a while, right? I mean, I took a college, a BTEC in art, and if I learned anything, bullshit. Make bullshit up. Like, listen, if your costume isn't fitting into a category, bullshit it until it does. Like, listen, it's all about making up your own reasons and bullshitting. Ideally have some fact in there, because otherwise people will call you out on it. Like, don't lie about what you've done. But like, bullshit. Like art. And have a good time. Both of those things. Very important. I'm gonna use a different colour for a little bit because my pen's having a time. Maybe, blue. Blue. Paris Large is in June. Oh, okay, so if you had entered your cosplay into that, you wouldn't be allowed to enter it into TwitchCon. I get you. Yeah, that is the downside of TwitchCon, honestly, is that they're pretty strict about the costumes and what they've been previously entered into, which means that, yeah, if you had entered that, that would be it. You wouldn't be able to enter this one. Oh. Some concept stuff in there. There's some little squiggles. I don't exactly know what I'm gonna do yet. I'll add the texture later, but this is a good start. There you go. There's some sort of texture there. Who knows what it is? It's just there. I think I actually prefer this pen for that though, because it's kind of lighter. And then I should actually get the red filled in first, I think. Safety. Since that is the priority in this drawing. God damn it, red pens, please work with me. Dabba-dee-dabba-doo! Thank you, thank you. Wait, why? Okay. I could probably do some squiggles and it will come back. Oh no, there it goes again. There you go. Doesn't have a very long working life. Oh, one thing I will say, if it's your first cosplay competition Enchanted, take lots and lots of photos of your progress. They will be really useful when you want to make a build book later to take to the competition with you. Take loads of photos of your progress. Like, you might even think that it's not that much progress, but if you're doing an unusual technique or a technique that you want to highlight, take photos as you're doing it. Otherwise, when it comes to the judging, they'll ask to see, like, if you have any pictures of it, and you won't have anything to show. So, if you can, take lots of pictures. Even if it's something that you think is not that important, make that decision when it comes to the end, and just take a photo for now. Because otherwise, you will regret it. Not taking photos, big regret. I think for every cosplay at some point, they feel like they've not taken enough photos. But yeah, take photos. I do have to start on a Witcher cosplay that would do well here in Poland. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing. I get why it's an annoying rule, and I'm there with you. I would have absolutely entered championships last year if I could have entered both. But because I was entering TwitchCon, I had to give up on champions. And that was just how it was. It is a shame, but if you know the rules there, then you can build around it kind of thing. And you've got plenty of time at this point. It's still very, very early days. How are we feeling about this concept so far? I'm kind of enjoying it. Last, welcome on in. I see. I make sure I have plenty of memory cards. Yeah, just take lots and lots of photos. Photos of everything. True. Get your socials up to date. The thing is, when you go to TwitchCon, I had 200 followers in one day on Instagram, and I am not that big on Instagram. So getting 200 followers in one day was a lot. So get ready for people to find you really suddenly. Make sure all your socials are up to date. Because just to clarify, I won nothing. I didn't win anything in the competition, and I still got 200 followers on Instagram. People coming over and being like, I want to see the making process. So get ready for that. People will discover you at the end of your costume as well, and want to see all of the processes up to that part. Yeah. Oh dear, I took some photos, but honestly my Instagram was kind of lacking and I wish I'd done more. Sorry, I've got like a frog in my throat very suddenly. It's okay, it'll go away in a minute. In the meantime, I apologize for me croaky. Croaky girl over here. There we go. And just get the cape there too. Swap pens regularly. Oh dear. Oh. Proof of concept. Oh heck! Last for 3 months? Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Welcome back in as well. I hope you enjoy the moats for another month. Oh dear. Make Instagram show. It's like yeah. Holy heck, that was loud. Yeah, our horn is the wake me up horn. You feel awake? Do you like partying? It's also a party horn. Just get that across there. And make sure it's nice and shaded behind the figure. Meet partway. Okay? Here you are. With your partway meeting. Oh. Wow. Right, that's a very problematic medical condition. Should be called an emergency. No, I like it. Keep it there. I like the frog. We're getting along quite well at the moment. I'll let you know if he has anything to say again. But right now, we're getting along pretty good. Because, ma'am, I'm awake. Good to hear it. Oh, dear. Yeah, the horn is just, it's a loud bean, sound. Be warned. Oh, that'll do, I think. That's just for the second arm, so I don't really need so much on it. Oh, heck! Puddle! Welcome on in, I hope you're doing well. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Hi, Axie. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. That's very kind of you. Wait, I need to honestly, I feel like half the time when I'm making puddles, when I'm making cosplayers, I am in fact an agonizing puddle. Arden Alice and Nextrum, welcome on in, and Puddle, welcome. I hope you're doing well. What kind of stuff were you up to today? What were you drawing or making? We are doing plans at the moment for a Resident Evil 7 costume. So I want to be cosplaying Zoe from Resident Evil 7, specifically the end of Zoe. So the whole bodysuit malarkey. But then I also would like her to be inside of a molded suit. Yes. Inside the molded suit with pieces where I can just burst out of it. That's what we're doing. Ah, dear. But my new Twitch banner. Oh, do you have it up already, or are you about to pop it up? Because I'd love to see it. Is it the wait? Does it have Mega Meat on it? Wait, I'll give you a follow as well because I have for some reason not following. Does it have Mega Meat on it? Wait, is that her name? Mega Meat? I think it was from Konosuba. Oh well, I'll wait and I'll see it if it's not up yet, because I would be quite quick, to be fair. Oh dear, we literally just finished an Aqua costume from Konosuba. That's why I was asking. We just finished a Konosuba costume. Oh dear. As awesome drawing and keyboard was, oh god. Could you see it? Pretend you didn't see it. We pretend the keyboard doesn't exist on this channel most of the time, you know? We, you know, what keyboard, right? Am I right, guys? Am I right? What keyboard? I don't remember seeing a keyboard, but I don't think I've ever seen myself typing. Just no keyboard. I'm just doing some general filling in lines. I'm not doing anything too intense because this is for concept more than it is for accuracy. This is more to be like, this is what I want to look like, and here is the concept for that. Which is why also I'm not doing like eyes or anything like that on it. I'm just filling in the space with blue. Go, and then just get some nice lines up to the forehead because that's kind of what they look like. Here we go. Proof of concept, very good. There we are. General infection. I thought the only way to donate to you was PayPal. We can gift now. Wait. I thought the only way to donate to you was with PayPal. Can we gift now? Oh, I don't have a donation link. I do have a donation link to the Migraine Trust, if you're curious. They're a charity that's really helped me, but I don't have a personal donation link. No. Oh, yeah. Let's get the little lines up this side because there's also some infection on this part of her face, but it's a lot smaller. And it's a lot smaller here too, but it's there. There we go. It's uploaded now though. Oh, okay. So I could do a refresh, is it? Let's have a look. See. Oh! Oh my god, it's so cute. cute. Oh, the little bump on the head. Who got bonked? Was that you? Did you get bonked? Someone's gotten bonked. Oh, that's lovely. Did you do all that on stream today? That's quite a lot. If you need to go get some food or look after yourself after stream, please do. That sounds like you've done a lot of work today, honestly. Oh dear, get some little... It's gonna take a while to fill it over the entire body, to be honest. Now that I've realized this, I sort of regret having filled in the blue, but it's okay. It's proof of concept, and this concept will work for sure. Yes. Just general infection. Oh dear, my mistake. Never go into things in detail when it's all in biro. You'll regret it. I know. I know there's some like big shapes on this side, so I'm just gonna fill in roughly where the big shapes are. There we go, get some roughly filled in shapes. Very nice, very nice. Make sure they're all shadowed as well. Oh dear. Make it over a few months. Okay, I was gonna say that'd be a lot to do it in one. It was you got bonked. Mech, I'm so sorry. Oh dear. Do you make all your own cosplays then? Yeah, but only because I really enjoy making costumes. I don't think there's anything wrong with buying costumes personally, but I really like to make them. So yeah, I do make all of my own, but just because I enjoy the making process. Also, Mech, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. Yes, get some heckin' lunch. Look after yourself, Puddle, and thank you again for the raid. It's very kind of you. I did do a more detailed version of the body here, which is a little bit more based in accuracy. So I might just like follow this a little bit for whatever shapes I put on it already. I remember that there was a lumpy boob. That I remember. And then yeah, you had some like just general infection lines. I know there were some really big objects in this area. And oh yeah, there's like that really big bit here. I'll put that to there, there you go. And then like that, and then like that. That can go to there, and then into the stomach, there you go. And then around the edge there, basic shape, basic shape, basic shape. And oh, you had a little point there, okay. I'll do that, and then just some extra lines on that side, and then, so I'm just like, what work did I do before? Let's see, let's just copy my own work. I'm assuming it was about accurate, even if it wasn't 100%, so I can't be too mad. It's probably fine. There you go, get some little lines in there, and we'll fill a line. Good. Oh, thanks, Nightbot. No, but you got so much to say suddenly. What happened? Where'd all this information come from? Get that in there. Get some little spots in here. I'm not really looking for an accurate cosplay. I just want the general texture to be there. Because I like texture. Texture is one of the big things I really enjoy in costumes, to be honest. It means that sometimes my accuracy is not as high because I just really like to add texture, where honestly texture has no place in being. But I think with this cosplay I can get away with it a little bit because you know what? Zoe is meant to be very textured. And so are the molded. The molded are meant to be like lumpy and covered and stuff. And so I think in this one I might actually be able to get away with what I like doing to most of my costumes anyway. Just adding like a crazy amount of texture, that will do. You know what, it's not 100% accurate, but it'll do, and I can add some shading, and I think I'll be just fine. Getting a general idea of the costume, as well as some little like bits. There you go. Yes, that'll do. And then make sure I get that bit under there, get that under there, make sure all of the lines are coming out, and do the same thing on the other side, which is just fill in the gaps with stuff and then shade it so that it looks like it's the edge of the body. There you go. That'll do. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, this is the only thing with this costume is it is so highly detailed. What I probably will end up doing when it comes to making it is I will draw out bits of it, the pattern pieces specifically, and decorate those so that I have kind of a better idea of what's happening in some of these spaces, because otherwise it can be very difficult to tell because there's just so much going on everywhere that when you're like, well, what's happening in this space? I don't know. Honestly, no idea. I just designed some things. So it'd probably be good to split it into its pattern pieces and then do it like that when it comes to actually getting the correct design. But where's the body? There it is. I'm gonna just copy from this a little bit again. There are spikes on the side of it, but you know what? Most of those we covered anyway. Let's do the bits around the hips. Very nice. And that went to like a piece under there. I don't know. We're close. We're getting there. Is it perfect? No. Will it fill in the space? Well, yeah. Get the big diamondy things. So a lot of these diamonds I'll be making with 3D printing onto fabric. That's something that I've really wanted to explore. Basically, ever since I saw the first video of somebody doing it, I was like, I want to do that. That's something that I would also want to do. So I wanted to find a costume which could properly incorporate that. And honestly, this one's been a really good option because it's got a lot of unusual shapes that will just be a lot easier to put in with 3D printing directly into the fabric. Plus those textures won't look out of place because it is on an infected person. I could probably even actually put some of it into the molded if I want to, although I will be prioritizing Zoe in this case because Zoe has a lot more fine detail, plus detail that I more prefer to do generally. So I will be prioritizing Zoe, but it should still be pretty good, I think. I could get that under there, and then that to there, and then just make sure all of these orbs are like, yeah. I'll do. Okay, I can fill all that in then. Sure, you love to torture yourself, don't you? You know the amount of people that have called me a masochist in the last like month or so? I was called a masochist by a couple of the judges now. I have had many of the other cosplay contestants be like, are you a masochist? I just, listen, I am somewhat limited in my crafts in my case, so I get where everyone's coming from, but there are a lot of crafts I can't do, so because of that, it's like, I just want to work really hard at the ones that I can do and focus on that instead of all the stuff that I can't. So because of that, it does mean that there are some things like embroidery and sewing that I go really heavy into, which most people would try and keep on the low because they're time consuming. Whereas for me, it's an activity I can do while I'm like sick in bed. So it's like, it's a really positive thing. But I totally get that that's definitely not going to be the case for most people because yeah, most people would not choose to spend like over 1,000 hours embroidering one piece. I get that. However, I raise you one, I am stuck in bed half of my life and there's literally nothing else I can do except embroider. And it gives you something to do. So for me, it's a really positive thing that works well with my disability. That means that I can still craft on my bad days. But I don't blame everyone else for not wanting to do it because, you know, I'll be honest, if I could do armor crafting, if I could do those things, like maybe I would. But I've really grown to love it. It's become such a positive force in my life that I wouldn't, I don't know, I really like it. It's very relaxing. It makes me feel productive even on my worst days. Like, couldn't recommend it more, honestly. I'd say if you're someone who is also struggling with disability or maybe just mental health in general, having a project like this, which you can just really slowly chip away at on your bad days, makes it feel like you've made progress on the days where you wouldn't be able to do anything else. And like, mental health wise, that's been such a huge positive thing for me. Not for everyone, everyone's very different, I get that. But for me, it meant that I've always made progress. And on days where I felt like completely, you know, useless because I couldn't leave bed or whatever, there's always been something for me to do. And it's been really, really nice. That's why I've missed the Mateus build so much, because I don't now have anything to do on those days. And I really miss like that kind of craft where it's like, I don't have to be well to be able to do it. Ah dear. But to be fair, I have been drawing out and doing stuff for this, so it's not been completely bad. There you go, a concept. I'm getting scared to have to compete against you anytime in the next few years. Do it! No, it's not like that. It's not like that. It's competing against friends is really good. It's basically like a really positive thing. Honestly, it means that you can, first of all, you watch each other as you grow, which is lovely, but also you you get to meet in person a lot more because you'll meet at competitions. I'm friends with quite a few people in the UK cosplay route because you meet each other a lot. So actually surprisingly start. Thank you. I mean, I for a long time did not cosplay within my disability, which sounds crazy, but basically I did things that would actively hurt me a lot, and it was a really rough time, and it meant that the costumes I made during that period always felt kind of like tainted. Like it didn't matter how good they were because they made me so sick. And I didn't have as much positive experience making them, whereas with the cosplays I make now, because they fit well within the disability that I have, it's good. It's really good. It not only motivates me and makes me proactive on my bad days where I can't do anything else, but it fills me with a constant sense of like progression. It's really good. Like it always, the other thing is I don't want to like toot my own horn too much. I'm good at embroidery and beading. And so when you do something that you're good at on a bad day, it can really boost you. I don't know how other people feel if they are disabled and stuck in bed a lot, but like I often felt like a sense of not being as good as other people because there were so many things that I couldn't do. But when you do something and sit down and you'll do something that you're really good at, it's like, yes. Even on the bad days. Also, thank you for the horn. I mean, today's the last day as well of Disability Month, so not a bad time to mention it, I suppose. But yeah, Ayo again, Ayo! We're just doing some design concepts. Oh dear, so get some ideas out there, getting some plans for attachments and stuff like that. I mean, this will probably just end up being my build book, to be honest, because it's got like enough detail. Thank you! That's gonna be my dress. Oh dear. But yeah, having a project that works with you can make you feel really, really good. And I really miss Mateus because of it, because it was a project that worked so well within what I can and can't do. And I think the judges in it, I had to mention it because they asked, one of the first questions I got in judging was, why did you make it like this? And so I had to kind of tell them like, well, the reason I made it like this is because I'm disabled and because I can't use any armor crafting stuff. So I can't really, well, I can, but it's like only on the odd day a month where my migraines are mild enough that I'm not having visual issues. Then I can use a Dremel, then I can use hot glue guns and stuff like that. But if I use it on any other day, it's basically like someone who can't properly see using them. And so it's just not very safe. And if I want to stream on Twitch, I want to stream in a safe way, or cosplay on Twitch, I want to cosplay in a safe way while streaming. You know, it's setting an example, I suppose, of being like, I'm not pushing myself to a point of hurting myself every single day. And yeah, so I kind of have to stick within the skills that are more safe for someone who's maybe issues with vision most of the time. So stuff like hand stitching, beading, sequining, adding the details with an embroidery machine which can just do its own thing, a 3D printer that can just do its own thing. Those are all safe for me, and it means that those are the skills I lean into really heavily, but it also means I always have something I can do. Like even on my really, really bad days where I just couldn't embroider, I couldn't do anything, I could set my embroidery machine up to print something, and at the end of the day, I have a printed thing. Like it's simple, it's a small thing, but it makes such a big positive impact on my mental health to know that at the end of the day, I've done something. Even if it was just saying go on the machine and going into another room for the day. I've done something. And yeah, that was really nice. I really enjoyed that, and I'm gonna always, I think at this point, make cosplays with that in mind, as long as I am struggling with chronic migraine. But maybe one day I'll go back into armor crafting if they get better, who knows. I'm just into hours of chainmail links. Some of us are into weird stuff, we don't question it. Everyone is respected on this channel. Oh dear. So yeah, this cosplay will work really well for me as well. A lot of it will be hand stitched. Again, probably the majority of it will be hand stitched when they look at the detailing and stuff like that. I would like to get the base of it sewn on the machine just because I want to get some like zigzags in there and like finish the edges nicely. But once that's done, we'll go 100% hand stitching. That way I can work on it every single day if I want to.
And the same with the molded figure. The molded figure, I should probably actually do a drawing of the whole molded. I could do a sexy molded as well. Why not? I should probably try and get a figure of the whole molded in here. They've only done like an upper body shot. Oh, actually, that's going to be too high, isn't it? The head. Consider the head. Well, actually, I could do just a body shot. Maybe. No head. Maybe I'll do just a body shot. No head this time. Just body. Get that there. Get the hips. Sexy molded time. Oh dear. And then get the pantsy line in there. Not that the molded has pants, but that's okay. Give them hips for days. And get that up there. Get that up to there. And then a shoulder, another shoulder. Oh, let's go again. I'm doing a molded with human proportions. Oh dear. I'd love to get back into stitching and sewing. Actually, I mean, like, cosplay is a good way of doing it, but there are many, many ways I feel like you can get back into that. It's such a relaxing thing that you can do even on like bad days, and I really like it. Personally, I'm a big advocate for it. I know not everyone is going to be as into it. Totally understandable. We all have our own likes and dislikes, especially when it comes to crafts. Pretty diverse. We need to give them the booty, by the way. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned, but we have to have a butt. Even though she's mainly facing forward. That's important. Get some thick thighs. And I want to get her standing pretty straight on, I think. Yeah, I'm like not feeling too adventurous with this one because the first time I would have drawn the molded in a full body. That's actually very thick thighs now that I look at it, but that's okay, listen. Thick molded. Here we go. And get a foot. Although actually I might... The feet of the molded are actually really normal looking. Is that weird to say? Like, they've got really normal feet. They're just kind of big. They're just normal big feet. I can also feel works well with hyperfixation. Yeah! Oh dear. I just have somewhat weak physique, so I can't do physically draining heavy stuff. Exactly. And you know, with I kind of feel that. I have days where I'm like absolutely fine to do most crafts, but then I have a lot of days where I'm not. And so there's really no point in me crafting a whole costume around something I can only do once or twice a month. That's just doesn't make any sense. So if that's going to be the case, I'll just work around it. And it works really hecking well. And I'm glad it has had such a positive reaction, because obviously like that is something that I can't really change. Like I can't suddenly not be disabled, right? And so if people said, you know, things like it would have looked better if you'd done it out of traditional armor, or like I wish you'd made this out of foam and that would have looked really cool, it would have been kind of gutting, because for me that's not something that I can do. And so having people say it, like, well, I understand, obviously, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion, it would have been kind of gutting because it wouldn't have physically been possible for me. So it's really nice that that's not been the case and people like it as it is. You know, that's been a really nice experience. Like people not looking at it like, oh, you did this because you couldn't do something else, but people liking it for what it is has been really, really nice. And I'm glad that it's gone like that, because I would have been, again, kind of gutting, considering that I can't do anything else. Oh dear. No, I got a really, really positive reaction. I'm still waiting for my judges' feedback, but you know, I'll go over that with you once I get it. But as far as like just general public has seen it, it's been really, really positive. I've been very, very like humbled by it. It's been lovely. People have been very sweet. Go get my nice foot. Trying to get better at drawing like basic feet, because I hate drawing feet. There we go. We can draw around this lady. Thick thighs on my legs. Heck yeah, Mop! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're gonna draw the molded, but maybe like, I don't know, maybe kind of sexy. Who knows? Could be a sexy molded. We're gonna give them a regular physique. No, I'm probably not gonna do that. What I would like to do is draw the muscles. and then use that to make the molded. That would be good. So I'm gonna look at some muscle graphs and try and draw out some of the main muscles, because although the molded is very like warped, it is based on the same thing. Also, that boob needs to be a bit more upturned, sorry. Oh god, this one always gets me. It's so loud and so sudden. There you go. That's better. Now we have a figure we can draw some muscle on. Oh dear. I should probably get rid of some of the lines, huh? But I like the lines. The lines made to show that I drew it. Because yeah, what we'll end up doing is doing like a muscle suit and then putting all the extra bits over the top of that. Sorry, this one's really loud. Sims. Okay, Sims, you've lost privileges. Sims. Sims! There we go. Chill. Excuse me, Sims. You need to chill the heck out. As much as I love your soundtrack. God dang. Also, am I imagining things they are all Sims soundtracks? The Sims was just having a bit of a moment where Shuffle was on, but it was The Sims only. Alright, let's look at plotting some muscles into this. The other thing, I should maybe get a picture of the molded on screen for you. I think I've saved some pictures of the molded. Let's see. Did I do my research? Have I saved some pictures so you can look at stuff with me? If I go into... What would it be? It'd be an image, right? Let's see if I can... Excuse me, add an image. Please ignore me. Pictures. Cosplay. Probably being cosplay plans. There is the molded. Oh, that's a really good one. So this is actually a sculpture of the molded. I don't know who did it. I found it on Google. I will try my best to find out who did it. But it gives a really good kind of... Oh, maybe I just draw the body of the molded. All right, excuse me. Chat, can you hold this for me? I believe in you. If you could just, yeah, if you could just hold that for me. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Also, I don't need Aqua on screen right now. Where's Aqua? That's not it. Where is Aqua? There she is. She's gone. Okay. Hold that for me, chat. I maybe just move it to one side a little bit. There you go. So that's kind of what I want. This is not my figure. I have kind of fat legs, but like not quite so fat. Not quite so much. And it definitely doesn't concentrate on my thighs quite so much. But basically my figure. Basically me. Me on a really good day. Here it is. So we need to draw the costume around this. I love this picture. Honestly, this sculpture is going to help me so much. I just know it. Like, look at that. Look at that. That's so useful. I could just put it there and then hide myself. Actually, maybe that is what I do. Where have I put this? It's there. Okay. There you go. Ah, it's just so good. Like, it's so handy to see all of those like sinews and muscles, and you can kind of see like the guts underneath are like kind of gooey, but then there's all these lines over the top. It's so good. It's such a useful reference. Like, I will try and find out who made this, because I believe this is the 3D printed sculpture. If it is a file online, I might see if I can get it 3D printed for myself, because it would just be so useful. Until then, though, let's start at the bottom. As you can see, very normal feet, but then it goes into the legs, and that's when we start to see more of the hanging parts, like literally like barely even on them. And I think it's on both legs, yeah. So it kind of drags its way up and goes around the shape a bit more. My legs are actually reasonably tight. They're not going to be really, really loose. But I will have a bit of extra, especially around because I'll be taking them off. So it just looks like lots of muscles and sinews. I'll start building that up then. I don't really want my female figure underneath it is the only thing, which means I might have to make them bulkier. I don't want to be obviously female, if that makes sense. I want to be very like, could be anything. So like any curves, we get rid of them with this costume. They're gone. As much as they were there, they're not there anymore. So we've drawn this very curvy lady just to remove all the curves, but honestly that will be part of the, part of the struggle. Will be doing stuff like that and making it look like not too feminine or not too bulky as well. So let's start getting these sinews up. These are like the rib cage ones, which look really, really cool. And then we have stuff coming. It looks like, do I have my pointer on this screen? I don't think I do. No, I don't. So the bit that's right under the rib cage almost looks like some hanging intestine. So I might try to keep that bit because it's a weird shape, but I feel like it does kind of look like an organ that's been changed by the mold. Like it just looks like some hidden hanging inner organs, and maybe I'll keep a few of those. This bit, so the bit underneath that, I am not going to be drawing for now because that's going to be underneath the exoskeleton that I'm making. So all those gooey bits under there, I won't be paying as much attention to, just because I'll want to deal with those later, if that makes sense. So then we have some of the bits from there going into there. Oh, it's a pumpkin, welcome on in. We are kind of designing roughly the molded suit that I'll be wearing with my Zoe costume underneath. So the other thing is the arms of the molded are unusually long, which means the arm will actually come to the end of my hand. And then the end of my hand will be where the molded suit ends. So it'd be like here. So they've got really, really long arms. Unfortunately, this pose in particular doesn't really show it, but they have very, very long arms. So my wrist will be at the end of my hand. So just be a little bit extended so that I can get that really long arm. And I will rub out the way that this hand is drawn so that I can do that, because this will be, yeah, right here, will be the end of the arm, just to kind of mimic that really, really big hand. And then that's why I still need to decide whether or not I want them to be like marionetted, so like that they move. I don't know yet. But yeah, really, really long arms. Slenderman-ish arms, you could say. Once again, video games setting those unrealistic body standards so I can get my teeth that jagged. I know, right? I wish my arms were this long. And video games make me want it even more. How could they? Okay, so what I'll do... I could rub out the inside of the body, but I kind of want to keep it there just as a reference. So what I'll do, I think... Oh no, because we're going to do quite detailed stuff on this. I will start drawing on, but I won't remove the pencil lines because they kind of give an indication on the body and where stuff is going to be hanging and just how detailed it's going to be. This is going to be really, really thin lines as well. Really, really thin. And of course we have our hanging bit underneath. Before we can really draw like a pretty one, you have to get all of your concepts out there, to be fair, I think. And these kind of go into one that's around the leg. Kind of maybe going to get overtaken by another joint, we'll see. I also do want to leave some gaps in some places just for me to put some LEDs behind it, which is where the organs will be. Organs? Not actual organs, because that would go against the Twitch guidelines on gore. Oh, that is another thing. Actually, wait. Anyone here that was thinking of entering TwitchCon? One thing I did forget to mention is there is a rule that says your costume has to be within the Twitch TOS. So bear that in mind, because the Twitch TOS does say things like no to gore and no to, obviously, like tits on display and stuff like that. So just as a heads up, make sure that you're designing with the idea of Twitch in mind, because some of the rules do state that basically you have to have it at Twitch's guidelines. That's kind of a weird one. I don't think the legs would have that, but that's okay. I'll get that in there. Do I want to patch here? Maybe not at the knee, because that feels like a bit like it would be covered a little bit. I do think I want some going down the back as well, but I think that will actually be on my back, which is like the spine and stuff like that. I think here, what's a pelvis look like? 2 seconds. Cosplay. I have searched so many things. Pelvis is not particularly, thankfully, questionable. All the stripper ones were where's V? You know what? It knew what I was looking for. Pelvis. There you go. Pelvis is like here. So actually, I would need like maybe something here to like imitate the front of the pelvis. Like I could have like a hole in it, but like here. If I'm looking like anatomy wise, I would maybe want something there and like there too. But then obviously coming back down into the knee with everything else. so that it is kind of Oops. Thank you, Steve, for the party. Pelvis has a positive. Yeah, exactly. Fucking pelvis. We like to party. 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 The mega bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and interstate free disco. The wheels are still are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like the party, come on and move your body. They get these going to the shoulder bones, which then create like these like lumps up here. Almost. They're not like fully not touched, but they are kind of, I guess, a separate point, like almost like armor. Hi, Steve L. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. We are currently kind of getting some idea on like how we're going to do the molded part of this. So it's going to be like an exoskeleton with pieces underneath. Yes. Had to wait patiently because I have Steve L, you need to save your points. Steve L! Oh my god, so we have a big event coming up, Steve L, that you might want to save some points for, which is basically when Twitch makes my costume. But we're gonna do it like a crowd control stream, which I know a lot of people haven't heard of, but basically what that means is that people watching can donate channel points or bits to have changes and alterations made on the costume. Things like adding eyes or making me change the color I'm working in and stuff like that to make a costume altogether. So if you want to save channel points, now would be the time, because channel points will be how you get a lot of those. Get that one in there, and then get a nice long thumb in there, and then this is just like a very basic sketch. We're not going to be filling this one in. We're just getting an idea of where we want to plot things. You have 8, but that's not going to be enough, Steve. I can already tell you that's not going to be enough. Okay. The other thing is this isn't looking too feminine, which is good. I will get some pieces going up the neck here, because, of course, the neck is quite large. There we go. And then maybe have, like, the neck be like that. There we go. Oh dear. I'm sad, I have to go to bed. I think I know where you're going. Potentially. I might be going to the same place, unless you have to actually just straight up go, in that which case ignore me. I'm going somewhere else. Oh dear. We're waiting for a certain person to go live today, and then we're all going to raid into them and celebrate their 2-year anniversary stream. Very exciting. I hope they're heckin' ready. Oh dear. Get that in there. I think it looks pretty good. I think the stomach is where I'm like struggling a little bit. It's just, a lot of it feels like organs. I might need to add some bits so that there's a little bit more diversity there, because otherwise, like, it's just not, to the eye, so interesting. I'm gonna visit my parents, so, you know, oh, maybe we are, maybe, well, who knows, Steve L. Who knows? Anything could happen. Okay, it's a different place. I hope they're heckin' ready. I hope they're heckin' ready, whoever it is. I hope they're heckin' ready. Okay, do want a little knee joint. I don't think we'll put so much on the knee. Just that a lot of the bits will go towards the knee, because yeah, I don't think the knee is quite as important as the shoulders. And then it will come down, almost like puff pants, actually, now that I look at it. It is almost very puff pant-esque. Very cool though, I like it. So that's kind of, I guess, the plan. You can see my human body inside of that. The feet are like really simple, honestly. Like, they are just like regular feet, but like bigger than mine. And then they've got like little lines up the top of them, going all the way up. Otherwise, they're just like regular feet. The feet are kind of boring. I thought they had claws. They don't have claws. But what about a second mouth or something? So technically, I will have a second mouth. Because yeah, so I'm going to be looking through the mouth, is where I am going to be. My eyes are going to be in here. And then when I rip that bit off, I will have my second costume. I probably don't want a second mouth just because it needs to rip away well, and so having lots of teeth in places will not rip so good. But there will be two mouths technically, because there'll be the mouth underneath the mouth. I will have multiple eyes though. Don't worry, we will well fill our eye quota. So no fear there. There will in fact be plenty of eyes. There you go. Simple feet. Simple feet. Boring, but it's what the costume demands. I can't really complain too much. And then we actually have the really weird bit here in that, like, where the elbow is on this is not the same place as where my elbow is. My elbow is far before it. I might do some little hanging bits here as well. Why not? And then, of course, get the hand. And then under there. I really don't know if I want the hand marionetted yet, but I'm considering my options. The hand also doesn't really have that much going on. It's really just very thin fingers. It's not like the rest of it where there's a lot. It's kind of minimal. I do want some kind of like stray away bits going towards the head as well, kind of like the sculpture, but I'll be careful with them because they will all have to be attached down, so, just so I can rip everything away. Because all this bit at the front, I can kind of highlight it here. Let me put it in red. This bit here, and going up a bit further, this will all rip off. And then down here, there is also another really big tear. And then up here is the last tear. On both legs though. Oh, one pen down, come on. You have this, I know you do. There you go. So the other one is just under there. And all of those will, all of that will tear off, if that makes sense. So I have to kind of design around where the tears are gonna be, because otherwise it's gonna be a pain in the ass trying to model it with it's a tear right through one of the main pieces. That's yeah, kind of where they'll go. There might be like some overlap in places, especially on the bodice. The trousers not so much, because the trousers will be zipped, so I have to be a bit careful. But I can have hanging bits over the top. The only thing I have to bear in mind is where the magnets are placed to make sure that it can still snap together effectively. Yeah, that's kind of where we'll be going with this. I think 2 seconds. I'm gonna draw. Do we want to get the torso design down? Maybe, because the torso is going to be quite a big part of this design. Maybe let's get that. I just need that, and then I'm gonna do 2, because I'm going to do the torso on one side, the torso on the other. Ah! Excuse me, my voice is going. I breathed in a lot of dust yesterday. From all of the wallpaper stuff. Excuse me, it's okay, I've got plenty of drink. Ah! There we go. Get my throat moistened. But yeah, I want to draw it on one side and then the other, because what needs to happen is that split needs to be quite even. So if I can't draw on the other side, or if it feels like I'm missing bits into the other side, that won't work to tear open. So it needs to have a very clear line, which I probably will draw on before I start designing it. Just where it's going to be. Also, let's get the shoulders in really quickly and the neck. I won't be doing the arms right now, it's just the torso, but just so I have that design in there, and I make it a bit bigger than that as well. There you go. To actually like that. And then do this side too, and just make sure that it's kind of bulky and get that there. And then, okay, and then what I can do is put this down the front, and that will be about the torso. I'm drawing like kind of where my body would sit in it, just so that I am making sure that this shape and size still kind of fits me inside of it. And get that there. There you go. So it looks like a bit of a weird body shape for me, but just bear in mind that I'm in there. I'm in there. Let's do this side too. Same things, big shoulder, neck, and then make sure that I go around the side of the neck, like so, around the shoulder, give me a nice big arm, and then make sure that it's flat, like there. There you go. Yes, I do fit into this well. How did you know? And then, there you go, get that to about there. And just over there. That'll do. I can use that for both of them. And where the neck would be is about there, I'd say. It's not perfect, but it's close enough that I can work with it, I'd say. And just get my extra neck bits on there, and there. Okay, so let's say it's probably going to be a flap, if I'm honest. So the flap will probably be somewhere near the center, and the bottom will actually be like a flap like this, going into the legs. So actually that's quite important, is that it will be like a flap like that going into the legs, and then this side, the flap will be there. So what I need is it for it to meet in the middle, which is not too difficult with this design, thankfully. What I might do is design over the edge just a little bit so that the seam is a little bit less obvious. So for instance, I know that there's a big lumpy bit in the middle here, which is actually kind of like a bit figure of 80, but we'll put that in on this side and have it going over the edge so that it kind of covers like a straight seam. And then I might have the bit underneath it that I could see like there, over that edge as well, just to make it a bit more subtle, because you don't want people to know that it's your costume is splitting apart until it's like on its way out. I don't need to design the edges of this at this point, just the bits that are straight coming out of it. So like, that's good. That's good. And then get some up there, going up into the head and into the shoulder. That's all fine. The hanging bit underneath, I think we can have start around here, and it won't be too problematic. You can have that there, and then going down. The pelvis piece can be specifically, I think, a bit higher up actually, and I could have it there because something will probably come across from the other side, I think, to cover that. So that's what we'll rely on there. We'll rely that there'll be something here to cover up across to that side. And then this bit's just kind of like all the bits going towards the center. Nice and easy, and that doesn't take too much design planning. So on this side now, we'll have it flat across there where the joining is. So I'm going to say this piece goes underneath. But then, oh, but wait, if that piece is underneath, then that means it would have to be on this side if there's like covering that join. I mean, I can see the spine. I could probably just have that bit down the middle, honestly, and it wouldn't be so bad. But I would have to have something there, because it couldn't be on this side, because this side's going to have to be flat underneath. What I could do, though, is build off stuff that I've already added. So I could, for instance, add that bit there, and have that come underneath there, and then all the ribs. Thank you for the horn! I appreciate it, I appreciate it. I will have to make sure, of course, this matches on both sides, because I will only have the guide in the middle. But it probably would be something like that. There would be somewhat of a clear line, I suppose. But it needs to be easy to rip out of, so I can't take too much from the other side. Otherwise, it'll be like a lump that I have to rip out, and that'll be not so smooth. Not so smooth indeed. I think that will do it just fine. Kind of want to focus in on some bits, because so far most of my stuff has been very, very much like planning and concept. I want maybe a little bit more on like detail bits and starting to get some ideas of that. I think probably this is, there you go. Get rid of this for now. As useful as it was for this piece, when I'm making the details, I'm probably going to want to base them on the molded, but maybe not like 100%. The reason is as well that the molded is so different. Like, that's the sculpture, which is really, really handy. But if I get a picture of the molded up regularly, yeah, there you go. Maybe we could do some face stuff actually, because I could just use this. This is what we're talking about regularly. So like the level of detail from the game is a lot less. This is what they look like. It is very much, because it's a video game, right? It's very much more blended together. And while you can see that there are lines on them, it's not very distinct. So I kind of have to decide in some areas where I'm going to be doing that myself. I do have another one as well, which might show it a bit better. Yeah, so this is the model from the game. Again, you can see the lines that the sculpture was like alluding to, but they're subtle, very, very subtle when they're actually put together, and they're not like drawn out. It's a really subtle kind of like hanging bits and bobs. Where is the other image I can show? Because I do have, I think, one of just the full body. Let me see. I should do. I've been saving a lot of pictures. It's just finding them. Where is it? That's the sculpture again. There it is. Oh, that's huge. That's okay though, you can see all the details. There you go. So this is kind of what we're working with. And you can kind of see I drew the same pose. Yay! You can see the sculptures help me work out the lines a lot better than that picture. You realize I need to plan so much better. Well, the thing is as well though, there's no negative to doing more planning, because what I can do is be like, here you go, judges, here's my planning. And it shows like all of the background work you do before you even start crafting. So it's a good thing as far as judging goes, to have more planning rather than less planning. I think proof of concept as well, if you're doing something like this, is kind of important, because this character, in the way that I'm doing it, does not exist. Zoe was never inside of a molded, but I do think it would look really cool. It gives me an option to make both of the costumes I really want to make, and so it works very well for what I want to do, but I need to show some kind of proof of concept, because it's not a concept that exists in the game, or outside of the game really. It's something that I want to do. And so while technically both the molded and Zoe are things that are very easy to reference. Also, by the way, I don't know if some of you would have seen pictures of Zoe. Let me get an image up, and then you'll see why I want to cosplay her. You'll see if you have not seen Zoe before. Where is she? I saved a few pictures of Zoe, but where did I save them? Oh my god, where did I save them? Oh no. Well, it might be that I can't show you after all, because I've clearly saved them in the wrong place. I probably saved them in my downloads, which is... Nope. I have no idea where I've put them. Apologies! I will not be able to show you Zoe, because I have no idea where I've put her. If I don't draw like you, honestly, I am not that good at drawing. I follow tutorials on how to draw basic bodies, and then I draw off them, but like, I'm gonna have to get rid of the molded for a second, but if you look at the lines, it is very much like a plan. It is not deep, intricate line work. It is plans. Jelly put them in the questionable folder. I might have put them in a questionable folder somewhere. You know where I bet they are? I bet they're in my moving house folder, because I was saving everything to my moving house folder for a while. It's probably my documentations on my mortgage, and then Zoe from Resident Evil 7. It feels about right. Yeah, what I kind of want to do actually is maybe focus more on like the head of the molded and getting that design today. I think that will really help me visualize things going forward. So I'm just going to get a basic head shape. And then I will put eyes on this, just so I know about where I'm going to be seeing from. Just like there and there, probably. Put my nose there too. Nose is important. And then get my neck. Get my shoulders. And there you go. Okay. Basic. We get that in place, and then we can build from there. I'm going to actually switch back to the image, which is just the head of the molded. And then I'll use the detailing that we saw on the sculpture to add more. But I will start with just the head, and I will also cut this image down a little bit because it's kind of huge. Edit to transform. Also, do you want to see it? There you go. Just make it a bit smaller. I could probably honestly type it in and it would be faster. Maybe. Okay, let's... There you go, 400, and we'll do the same thing on the other side, just so that it's not taking up so much of the screen. There you go. Perfect. There he is. Our sweet man. Let's get it designed. So basically I do need to have, there's a few things I need. First of all, I need the mouth to be like here, over where my eyes are, so that I can see out of the mouth, which does place the mouth a little high up on the face. I could probably actually afford to have it a bit lower, but because this is where I'll be seeing out of it, it's important that I have my eyes somewhat in there so that I can see. So let's say that's the mouth. Let's also just quickly build up the shape, because the head of the molded is like much bigger than a regular human head. So it takes up a lot more space on the body than you'd think it would. So let's put that there. That's our mouth. And then the teeth placement is different from molded to molded, so that I can put teeth wherever I want. I will be putting some border teeth on it from the bottom, because they'll be rip off and it'll give me something to really quickly latch onto. So that is something I'm putting on. I also would like there to be less teeth on the bottom, because the teeth at the bottom will really block my eyesight, whereas from the top I can at least look down. So I would like there to be more teeth on the top if possible, and the teeth on the bottom to be a little bit more maybe to the edges or subtle, whereas the teeth on the top I can go straight down here and be like, I'll still be able to see just fine. So yeah, there you go. There's some stuff. Looking down, if you have stuff coming up into your vision, it's more difficult to see than the stuff goes over the top and down, at least in my experience. There you go. So that should get us a pretty good mouth of teeth. That's 3 on top, 5 on the bottom, but they're all a bit shorter. I could also, to be fair, have another small one on top, but I don't know if I need it. They don't have that many teeth, to be honest. They do have gum between the teeth that I will need to kind of make, and they also get like kind of protruding teeth looking things. Like it looks like there's a protrusion in the gum around where the teeth come out. So it would be useful to keep that in mind when putting them in. The nice thing about that though is when I'm making the teeth, it means that if they're not perfect the whole way down, I can just cover it with gum later on, which I will be trying to make it perfect, of course, but it's nice to have that kind of scapegoat of like, you know, it's not perfect, but it doesn't matter that it's not perfect. And let's just get some general gum area in here, because the gum area is vast. There you go. So that would be our mouth. God, look at that. I'm gonna pen that in so you can see it a bit better, because it's kind of horrific, to be quite honest. And then just... So I'll just do that, and then... Getting all of the lines in the gums. Gross. But very cool. I like it a lot. And then just scratchy lines. Get that in there so you can see that there's a clear gum in there. I also do want at least one of my teeth to like have been broken off, because I think that would just be like a really cool effect. It's only some of the molded had broken teeth, so it's not like super common with all of them, but I think it's a really cool thing to have. Hey, where'd you get a picture of me? Shh, Queena. Don't tell anyone. I have like 5 of these on my computer. Is that okay? I figured that'd be okay. I didn't ask you, but I thought you'd be okay with it, because it's me, you know, it's me, it's fine. I'm only using them for drawings. You know, concept drawings. It's fine, right? How are you doing, Queena? I hope you're doing well. Let me just get some shading on these teeth as well. Unshaded teeth are the bane of my existence. No shading, no tooth. Especially since these teeth, they look kind of white in the picture, which is crazy to me. When this is like such a messy creature that it's like, and I have perfect pearly whites. Queen, I hope you're doing well. They're getting some concept drawing in place for the next competition cosplay. I'm going to be doing Zoe from Resident Evil 7, but I am going to be doing her inside of another molded costume, so that I can rip the costume open and like come out as Zoe. I think that'd be really fun. So that's what we're going to be doing. Kind of like a transformation costume. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. I'm very excited to make it. I haven't made a transformation costume before. this is new territory for me as well. But I've done a fair amount of research, and I've watched people doing these kind of costumes for a while. And I love them. That's what made me want to do them. It's watching other people do them, and I was like, me too. I want to do that too. Do you like gums? How do you feel about teeth and gums? Welcome to stream. We do teeth and gums here. Also, who did that egg? Scott, thank you for the egg. I'll be up to clean my room. Oh, thank you, Felitas. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for popping by. It's always lovely to see you. Don't mind us. We'll just be getting some gums in here. You're not missing too much. You're missing some nice sick gum work, but like that's about it. Oh no, whatever will you do? If you miss all of my gum work, then it's a very important part of the costume. To be fair, it will be a focal point in the costume. A lot of people, I think, it's like, what will your eyes immediately be drawn to? And in this, I think it actually probably will be the mouth, because this character, while they do have eyes, the eyes are very sunken into their head. So it's like one of those things you can keep in mind, and then you're like, wait a minute, is my mouth my focal point? Heck. There you go. That's a pretty good mouth. Kind of terrifying. I am going to give my one eyes. I'm going to give them 2 on one side and 1 on the other, because I really like the multiple eye look, and I like it when they have those. After Iceland today, first time flying, heck yeah, good luck. Honestly, the plane will take off and you'll be like, oh, okay. That's about it. I don't like flying. I get very claustrophobic, but even, it's one of those things, like, a lot of people don't like flying and they're very, very used to it. Do you have headphones that cancel out noise? Because I'd say if that kind of stuff bothers you, the noise cancelling headphones are like a savior. At least they have been to me. I even wore them on the Eurostar because I just found it easier to like. Also because there was someone chewing very, very loudly. Not that far from me. And you know what? Noise cancel my headphones, please. Everyone wanting princess transformation jelly now. I do want a transformation gown. I want to spin around like a pretty, pretty princess and then blah. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. The other thing is I am going to be taking inspiration from some of the other molded creatures. So some of minor spoilers if you haven't played Resident Evil 7 and you want to, tune out for just a few seconds here. So Jack is obviously infected as well from when you first meet them. When they are in their more transformed form, they have lots and lots of these red eyes on them, and I want to have kind of that kind of effect. So it looks like that's part of the costume, because honestly, I love those eyes. They're really, really cool, and I'd love to do some like little glowy eyes on the head. I'm adding enough LEDs at this point, and I might as well add some behind the eyes, you know? Oh dear. So also there's like a slump here between like the eyes, which I will add that slump. There we go. Oh dear. Look at him. He's so grumpy. He's got the grump. Transformers. Yeah, Transformers. What is this? This is actually going to be your next cosplay. I just got back to the stream. Yeah. So, I'm doing Zoe inside. This is kind of the best. There you go. There's my proof of concept. I'll be doing Zoe inside of a molded costume. So Zoe is all of the blue bits. The molded costume is the red. I'll be doing the full costume for the molded, but I have points where it will rip open, and then it'll be Zoe wearing the cape of the molded, which I could then take off to walk around the convention hall. Yes. I've learned things from the previous TwitchCon. One being that if you want to walk around the convention hall, you better have a slightly smaller version of your costume, because otherwise you cannot. So yes, I will be making this, and this is my next costume. However, it's like a bit more than just the molded, or it's a bit more than just Zoe. It's like a bit of a mixture, you know? There we go. Get some more lines on the teeth. Heck yeah. Is RE7 with the creepy girl? Yeah. Yeah. I'd say it at least has one creepy girl. It also has a really creepy grandma who for the entire game was just like, no creepy grandma. Don't like that. Oh dear. But yeah, it has got a creepy girl. It hit both ages of the creepy age spectrum. The only thing it didn't hit was baby, I think. I don't think there was any babies. I don't remember there being any babies in 7. I haven't played 8 either. I should probably play 8 at some point. I've been spoiled on a few things from 8, which is like kind of just take, you know, it's been this long, of course I have, right? But I should probably play 8 at some point, so I don't get too many spoilers on it. Oh dear. Totally my kind of stuff. Heck yeah. We're going to be sewing this whole thing, so get ready to adding. Do you remember when we made a molded bra? So doing Boobtober, we made a bra based on these creatures. It'll be like that, but for the entire costume. Instead of just a bra. Oh dear. Arduino, let's go! Yeah, I know. There's gonna be so many LEDs. I'm like, no. I normally don't like that many LEDs because it becomes expensive, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you do just need like a ton of them. Okay. I'm just basing it on the shapes, but also like, I know that the neck, for instance, has some bits that really stretch up towards it. I know that I can kind of like stretch some of this into it. So for instance, if there's one here, I know this can go around the teeth then at the other end, even if it's a very small one. I have another one next to it as well. And they can kind of come up to the teeth. And then some of them can be a lot smaller, right? You can have one like here to get more of the head. But yeah, I gotta have those bits on the neck. You do want them coming in a little bit different places, so it looks like it's a bit more layered. But yeah, I think so. I think that's what I want. I do also want some really thin ones, which look like they're just hanging on by a thread. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I know what you're on about now. So I didn't even realize it was you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's there is a creepy girl. There's a creepy grandma too. There's a lot of creepiness. Honestly, it is a horror game, so I can't be too surprised. Like, my God, everything's so creepy in this game. I just don't understand why everything's so creepy. It's a horror game, Jelly. But no, I would say the design for Zoe is like really, really beautiful. Even though she's infected Zoe is like probably one of the most beautiful outfit ideas that I've ever seen. Like the concept for that is just, it's so cool. I love it. So yeah, as much as the molded will be quite horrific, Zoe is actually going to be really, really pretty, and I'm really looking forward to doing more of the dainty stuff as well. It's a really nice mixture between like more horrific and more dainty. And honestly, I didn't really want to look too feminine this time. I did like a lot of boob on display last time, and I'm like, you know what? I've done that, been there, done that. Got the t-shirt to cover my boobs, but I'd actually like to do something that's a little bit more concealed this time, just as a bit, you know, it's different. I want my costumes to stand apart from each other. Not playing them and watch gameplay. I'm doing so myself. There's all sorts of decorative. Ooh, curtains. Very hecking nice. A very useful skill to have as well. I bet you're in high demand among your friends. Everyone's like, oh, can you do my curtains too? Or if you're not in high demand, you might be in high demand as soon as people realize that you've done your curtains. In my experience, it is a sought after skill. Make your own curtains? Can you make mine? Oh dear. Just get that under there. Did my music forget about me? Oh, also, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're fine so far. Okay, now you have to keep an eye now. I have to be... I'm looking for something. So if those are not aware, because I expect something will be happening soon, my mod Shifty Bluke is having their 2-year anniversary stream on Twitch, which is amazing. And they've got a whole stream planned. It's starting today. So once they go live, we'll be raiding into them to start the party. I think it should be really, really good. Also, did my music actually forget me? I feel like it did. It did forget me. That's okay. I'm only mildly offended. There we go. So let's just get some more basic lines done while we're waiting for that. But this is kind of what my head's gonna look like. It's gonna look pretty fun. I mean, I really like the idea of having a slightly more horrific costume molding into like a really, really beautiful costume underneath. Like, in my mind, that's the most fun kind of transformation. That's why Cinderella transformation dresses are so popular, right? It's because you have the very plain dress into like a really pretty dress, really sparkly and like, you know. I think that's like a big draw of these kind of dresses. So I really would like to do that, but obviously not with Cinderella, with the molded and with Zoe from Resident Evil 7. I think it'll be like a really good reveal. Yeah. That's the thing, is like it has to be doable on stage, but I think it will be. I'm kind of, we're doing a lot of planning so that hopefully it is. I do want to have somewhere like the strands going backwards a little bit, because that can look really good, having like a piece like this, for instance, where it's like a really thin one, but then from there we have some bits that are like circling around it. I think it does look really good, and it gives it another focal point other than just the eyes. Make my own focal points. There you go. And just get that in there. Oh, also I apologise if you don't like biro drawings, because my god, I love biro drawings. I just really like drawing in biro. It's one of my favourites. Okay. It's nice and easy, cheap, although you do get through a lot of biros. I get through so many biros. The other day, Shiny was like, oh my god, we bought so many biros, where have they all gone? But secretly, I know where they've gone. I've used them all. They're all empty. I had to throw them away because they were empty. Don't tell Shiny that, that's a secret. Shiny's not allowed to know that I use all their biros to do biro drawings. I have to practice, I have to get better. It's a very good cause. The cause being my cosplays, which is a great cause for biros, I think. Oh dear, right. Get that around there. Slowly making this egg head look like it's on purpose. I do want it to be kind of lumpy at the end of it, but we'll see how lumpy it gets, because it will have to be like a hood. And like, I can only really make that so lumpy because I do have to be able to drag it off me really quickly. I'm gonna make maybe some more big plates in the middle like that. I don't know, it kind of makes it look like there's meant to be like an eye or something there, and the eye just hasn't actually formed in, which I think works really well with the more like distorted human shape of the molded. I think that would look really good. If it looks like there's spaces for eyes but nothing there, I think that would make for sense, especially since this one's gonna have 3 eyes. I think, yeah, it makes it look like it was partially transformed. I like the idea of that. Heck yeah. Right, we need some more bits like this going up to the teeth. Again, just make sure we got plenty of it. And we want a mixture of nice big gaps and like some really small gaps as well. I think something like that will do pretty good. We could have that going up into the teeth. Oh, I love cosplay. Cosplay is great. Cosplay is like, one day you turn yourself into like a goddess, and the next day you become like a little trash monster. It looks like they've had their entire design made out of a rubbish bin. I love it. It's so diverse. Oh dear. If last time I was trying to be the most sparkly costumer, this time I'm gonna try and be the costumer that looks the most like a reincarnated garbage bin. Oh dear. Yes, that will be this one. Am I gonna look the most like a garbage bin out of all the cosplayers? Well, we can try. Oh dear. Get all that in there. Carv, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are getting some plans in for our molded / Zoe from Resident Evil 7 costume, which will end up being the next competition cosplay we make on stream. We will be making other cosplayers alongside it, so it won't just be this one, like with Mateus where we only made one costume at once. There will be other stuff we're making, but this will be like a pretty big part of the next year. So we're just getting some designs in place, getting ourselves all planned up, getting everything kind of ready, because I haven't bought any fabric yet, and I haven't made any patterns, and I'd like to get some plans in before we get everything started, so that we don't make too many mistakes early on. And should I highlight the spaces in them? Probably not. I don't think so. I don't think I need to. I think this kind of speaks for itself. It is a terrifying monster face. Like what more could you need? It's just a lovely terrifying monster face. Oh dear. I mean, I could do some of the shoulders and the bits that go into the thing. And the thing is as well, this is gonna look really weird if I draw it on now, but like this part is gonna be a separate rip away piece. Cheeks, that's a fantastic name, but welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, basically, I might just quickly put that in as a line for guidance. This bit here, starting here. Oh, and Bull Tiger Truck, welcome on in as well. I hope you're both having a good day. We are getting some designs in place to do a molded costume from Resident Evil 7, but it will be a molded costume that rips apart and has Zoe from the End of Zoe DLC on the inside. So that is that piece, and it'll probably come down to this piece too. So this red outline I'm putting in now is the panel that's going to rip away. So when we have the hood coming down, I'll have to rip this off first. And if I just get that red outline, which doesn't want to keep going, it's decided it's had enough. We have another red, thankfully. It'll be all of this will be ripped off halfway through the performance. But it should be small enough because it will actually probably be that piece specifically, I imagine, because the bottom of this is about where I'd want it to stop. That would be like a little face mask almost, but like a Velcro on face mask. And I should have my eyes here and here. I could draw those in if I wanted to, but I don't think I need to. I know that this is about right. My eyes will be right at the bottom, so I should be able to see just around outside the mouth. Around the teeth, at least, I should be able to see. And then, yeah, if you're coming in for the first time, that's the rest. We're doing a lot of planning stuff at the moment. So, like, getting where all of the... That's our idea and concept. But, yeah, like, having Zoe from the End of Zoe in the bodysuit, the cape that will come around it, and then that will come the whole way around the body at these points with the Velcro, the magnets at the back to pull the legs together and zips out the legs so that I can get out the legs subtly. And then we will end up with the full molded outfit on the outside when everything is done up. And then when everything is undone, go straight back to Zoe, which is this kind of costume. So it'll be kind of a mixture from there to there. So it is going to be quite a jump, but I do think we can get it. And it's, you know, it's for a big competition, so you do want to have some pizzazz. Pizzazz is a big important part. Drawing looks outstanding and cool as a Reese. Oh heck yeah, you love Evil? Resident Evil? I've played 7, 6, and I'm pretty sure I played one of the earlier ones on, like, from the library when we used to rent games, but 7 and 6 I've played more recently. I played 6 with a friend, which I think is the only way to play 6. It's so much more fun if you have somebody else to giggle along with you. And then 7 is, like, legitimately good. I need to play 8 at some point. I've just not really got round to it. Oh god. The pop-ups, the pop-ups! I'm like, please, 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 I can't deal with all of these pop-ups. It's too much. But yeah, what we'll be doing is making it as like a transformation costume. So you rip the out, and instead of like Cinderella doing the twirl, I'll twirl around as like a molded monster and then be Zoe. That's the plan. But the parts that come off are really, really important, because basically with the way transformation outfits work, it depends what you want to happen with them. So for instance, if you're a stripper, right, you want it off you completely. Seam down the side, the whole way down, so what you can do is grab here and rip off. That way you can get your top and your trousers off at the same time, should you want to. But you could also take your top off and then separately rip your trousers off. You'd have options. For this, I want it to transform into a cape. So a bit more similar to a Cinderella transformation dress, where they spin around and they pull off their top normally, and then bits that are folded into the top will fall down and turn into a dress. It is much easier to build a transformation dress than it is a suit if you want it to stay on you, because a dress has like the main point of connection at the top normally, and then all of the extra fabric will fall down into the dress. So it's just this bit up here that you have to deal with. With the full body, it's a lot more, which makes a lot of sense, honestly, when you say it, but like, you have to work out what's going to happen with your legs. And with cosplay competition rules, you often aren't allowed to have completely detachable pieces. So you can't have things that you can throw off onto the stage, if that makes sense. I kind of get it, because from a logistics standpoint, if you can't then pick it up yourself, it's just left on the stage for staff to deal with.
And that's not ideal for anyone. So generally you have to have everything remain connected to you unless it's a prop that you'll announce separately. Everything has to stay attached, so you can't have things falling off your costume, basically. And in the same way, I can't completely rip off the costume and leave it as a pile, because that would potentially go against the rules. And because I don't know the rules for next year at TwitchCon yet, I want to be safe and not go outside what I think the rules could be. Damn, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Damn, we've made so much planning progress on the next competition piece. Like, look at all this look at his head. So much progress. I think I drew a little, I even did like the concept. Yes, stream more up, but no. I do not think so. I am really good at drawing women bodies. That's about it. Anything outside of a woman body, I am not quite so good at, but I appreciate it. Oh dear. So yeah, this is our concept. This is what we're going to be doing. What I've got as the mechanism is that I have 2 zips coming up the legs, and I'll have the costume hook under the foot rather than it be a full foot. So it'll just cover the top of my foot and hook underneath on like with a strap or something. That way I can use it's being held down by my feet to unzip my legs. If I can maneuver my legs out of my arms, that'd be good. If I can maneuver my arms out of the arm covers and just have them underneath here, that means I can reach down, if I've got really long cords, unzip all the way up, and the legs shouldn't move that much, because at that point my feet will still be in them. They might wiggle around a bit, but I don't think that will look so weird on a molded character. So that way I can unzip them all the way up, and then once they're unzipped, I'm free to push my way out of the front. When I push out, the arms will fall behind me, and then I can step out of the hooks or the loops that I've got my feet in, so that the cape can also move behind me. And then all I have to do is rip off the piece at the front, and then it's Zoe from Resident Evil 7 in a molded costume, or a molded outfit, rather than being just the molded. That's the plan. In reality, I'm probably going to have to make several patterns before it actually works well. I probably have to test a few different zips out as well, because I'll probably need a really chunky zip to do this. It's much easier to pull up a chunky zip on a rope than it is a really thin zip. So I'm probably gonna have to do a few tests with that, as well as getting it so that I can pull it up from like basically like this. Because what I'll be probably doing is getting it on my finger and widening it around my finger so that the movement is minimal. That way when I want to push out, I just have to take it off my hands and get out, you know? That's kind of the plan. I wasn't considering having the zips on a motor, but I think there's just too much room for error if anything else got caught in the motor as well. So I want to play it really, really safe. And while it would be cool to move the zips up on a motor, I think I'd be being kind of dangerous, and I don't want to tread that dangerous ground, so I'm not going to be doing that. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh dear. It's a lot of planning, and honestly, I recommend, if you can document your planning and you're getting into a costume competition, do it. Because like literally, I can get to the cosplay competition and be like, here's my book of planning, here's my build book. The build book will normally have all the pictures you've taken while you're making it, so all the evidence that you made it yourself, and it's like a really nice, concise, there you go, take this is my hard work, look at it, judge me. So I would recommend if you can get it drawn down. I was just thinking if I wanted to do any detail. Sorry, I've just been staring at this. Like, do I want to do details on the teeth and get maybe those drawn up a little bit? I might do that opposite this one, because I don't like to waste space in this book. I would like to get everything drawn. So I might just do like a few different types of teeth. So the teeth, I don't know if I'm going to 3D print them or if I'm going to craft them out of foam. I'm thinking to maybe craft them out of foam because they're going to be like hovering on my face, and 3D printing's a bit harder, foam's a bit softer. I think I'm going to craft them out of foam, and that way as well I can, you know, Dremel some texture into them. I normally don't use foam very much in my costumes because I can't use a Dremel very consistently because I don't have the eyesight for it. It's just a dangerous process. Listen, not being able to see properly plus Dremel, that's a danger. That's a danger. We don't do that. But I can probably do it a couple times a month when my migraines are a bit more subdued. And at those times I could make a few teeth. That'd be fine. I'd really like to get like the lines and the grooves into the teeth so that I can sink some colour into them. Because when I'm looking at them, they are actually quite white, and that's not how I envisioned
molded teeth being. I kind of envision them being more grey and yellow. Just put an A4 blank notebook on my shopping list. I only have A5. This one isn't A4. It's like a little bit more smaller than A4, but it's big enough that I can get my designs out there. So I'm okay with it. And like I said earlier, I do also want some broken teeth because I think it would just look really, really cool to have like ever so slightly broken teeth as a part of it. I think it will make it look a little bit more realistic as well, because obviously this character, the molded, they are humans technically. Like they would have human DNA, but they've been absolutely warped by the mold. So I think the plan would be maybe make the broken ones off look more human. So maybe like look at a molar or something like that. So it kind of looks like they were human teeth and they just grew, right? Rather than just a snapped off tooth with jagged edges. I'd want it to look more like a recognizable human tooth. I think that would be cool. I think it'd be a cool little touch to be like, oh yeah, when you snap off the teeth, they actually have kind of the shape of human teeth, because the character would have at one point been a human. Little details like that, they won't probably get you any extra points with judges. Like you're probably not looking at like what do you call it, getting extra points or doing any better, but like, you know, it's a nice little touch that only you can add, so why not add it, you know? Get some little grooves in there. And then of course we have our gum, which will probably end up being, I don't know if it'll end up being fabric or foam clay. Foam clay will stick better to the foam, but I don't know how easy it is to sew through foam clay, and I will need to stitch into it to attach it to the rest of the costume. So I'll have to do some tests on that, I guess, on how easy it is to sew foam clay. I think it should be okay, especially since it'll only be for very, very small parts of the costume. I can't imagine it being too bad. The other thing is just getting like those little texture lines up here, because yeah, I think having those little lines in it will make it look just a lot more old, but also gross. Old and gross, you know? That's what we're going for here. We're going for old and gross. I want, honestly, to make the molded as shocking as possible. I want it to be like when you go out on stage, like, oh! Like, really, really make it intense, because this is basically two costumes working together. So what I want is, if the molded is really, really gross, really, really creepy, I will walk in an unusual fashion, like as the molded do as well, to try and really make it that horror experience. When I reveal Zoe underneath, it will have double the effect. Like, than if I kind of just come in, swirl around, take the cape off, it won't really have as much of an impact, I think, as if I come in like dragging my legs and stuff like that. Oh heck, Reels, thank you for the follow. It's very cool. Ah, I see that coming. Thank you so much for the raid doodle. Oh my god. Welcome on in. We're drawing a tooth. We're just going over the concept of a character right now that we're going to be making for our next cosplay competition. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Anyone who doesn't know McDoodle's a very, very sweet bean music streamer who sometimes does horror games on their own channel as well. Have you played Resident Evil 7 actually? I'm not sure. I don't want to spoil anything for Resident Evil 7 if you've not played it. But they do horror games on their own channel, as well as doing like really, really wonderful music, which I think is what they were doing today. How was your stream? Ah dear. O'Connelly, welcome on in, Grand Goat. Bo, welcome on in, Bo. And Nate, and George, hi George. And Eddie, and Angry Bubble, and Hawk, and I think that's everyone, right? Oh, and Bo! Thank you so much for gifting a sub to McDoodle. That's very heckin' kind of you. And Oak and Angry, thank you for the follows as well. We have a follower goal at the moment, so I really, really appreciate it, because it gets us to do like a really crazy stream. Let me explain a concept to you. A concept of a cosplay. So there's a character in Resident Evil 7 called Zoe. Zoe is kind of like a minor character for a lot of the game, but she does have quite a big impact on the story. And then near the end of the game for Resident Evil 7, she's kind of left on a cliffhanger of what happens until the DLC End of Zoe. in the DLC for End of Zoe, she has the most beautiful infection where her whole body becomes infected and she turns like a very white color with crystals and like strings all over her. It's really, really beautiful, and a 10 out of 10 look it up if you haven't seen it before. My concept is that I would like to do Zoe wearing the suit from the molded characters. So there will be a full suit for the full molded character, but then it'll have parts where it rips open at the front, under the jaw, and across the legs, where it will reveal Zoe underneath that can then be worn as a cape. That's the plan. That's what we're aiming for. Thank you so much. I'm doing really well, thank you. We're actually just about to move house. Very excited. And Lily, thank you so much for the follow. Oh no, you're fine. Thank you so much. And Dan, welcome on in. Doodle, how was your stream? I hope that it went well. We're actually, I'm not going to raid, oh no, actually I can. When Shifty starts their stream, we're actually going to be raiding into Shifty because it's their 2-year anniversary stream today. So if any of you want to hang around for a party, we'll be there once they've actually started, and we can really freak them out. I think they'll really like that. They're going to be very spooked. Don't tell them. It's a secret. Depending on graphic your pieces are, I may dash out to some streams. Despite the process, oh, don't worry. So, we'll be entering this into TwitchCon Paris next year in July. But basically every single costume has to adhere to the TwitchCon terms and conditions, which means you can't have blood, can't have anything too risque. You know, it's the same rules as what applies on Twitch. I can't vomit into my costume, you know. Standard stuff, you know, what you normally think with your costumes. You know, I really was thinking of adding like a vomit button, but then Twitch TOS, you know how it is. But yeah, there'll be no blood, no actual guts, nothing that looks gory, because it would be against TOS then for me to do that. Yeah, so do not worry. Nothing like that's happening. Can't vomit, I know, right? And I really wanted to vomit on this costume. Scare and send him to the game, get it, because he's a ghost. Oh, he'll love that, he'll love that. Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to be like on screen, and then we can get in there. If you have any questions about the concept though, or any questions about cosplay, I love cosplay. I just was in TwitchCon's cosplay contest, and I want to be in it again next year, because my god, it was such a good experience. And if any, I know it's kind of unusual, but if any cosplayers came in on that raid and they're looking for a costume competition to enter, please consider TwitchCon, because they pay for you to go. They give, because I was larger than life, they gave me 2 free tickets and $2.5 grand just to go, just to be there. 2.5 grand, 3 free tickets if you include mine, just to go. And they looked after me really, really well. And Gypsy, thank you for the follow too. Of course, dude, again, congrats on the massive achievement. Wait, what you did? Oh, wait, what did you do? What do we need to congratulate Doodle on? Tell me, what have I missed? What have I missed? Wait, that's amazing. Pop off Twitch, right? And Dan, thank you for the follow too. Yeah, basically, for the larger than life people, they gave you 2.5 grand, 3 tickets including your own, and they fed me the whole day. They watered me the whole day, as well as the people that came with me. We had a breakfast buffet, and then we had a lunch buffet. We all had our own dressing tables and booths. We had places we could hang up our costumes while we weren't wearing them. It was so good. We were looked after like movie stars. And I, like, out of all the cosplay competitions I've been to, I've never been looked after so well. Never. It was such a so good. I'd recommend it to any cosplayers. If you want a really, really good experience in a cosplay competition, try entering TwitchCon. It is one of those competitions where you have to win to get in almost. So like they pick 5 for every category, which is why you get paid to go. But if you even have an inkling of it, like, you should absolutely give it a go, because you have nothing to lose and everything to win. We just had a free holiday to Amsterdam. And it was so good. Oh dear. I'm wondering who I can tempt to be a handler. Tell them they get free ticket. Like, oh, thank you for the lurk. Oh yeah, if you haven't checked out George before, George is also very sleepy. I think a lot of you will know George, but they do stream on their own channel, and they do deserve a lot of love. And we have, oh, are they live? Can we hear them? I can't hear them yet. I can hear the pufferfish. That's okay. I don't think they're quite ready yet. I don't wanna until they're on stream, I don't want to raid in, because I'm like, I want them to be there. Otherwise, they're going to be very confused. Yo, I just want to see an amazing video of George. Check that video. Oh my god. Bless George. It was so funny. Listen, I've got a minute. I'll tell stories about George. George was trying to play Spyro, and they were doing a really good job for the most part. Like, George was like racing through the levels, doing a really good job, and then they hit one level, which they spent, was it an hour and a half on one level in Spyro? And like, all you had to do was jump. Like, there was like a little gap, you were on a bridge, and there was a place you could fly to, and all they had to do was jump over there. And it 2 hours, it took them like 2 hours to jump from A to B, and it was so fun. And like, afterwards you could hear George throw their controller, like, he's like, I can't make it by jumping, right? So he tries to jump, throws controller. Like George is not an angry streamer. They're a very sweet being. They're a very relaxed streamer for the most part. Like, they don't do that. That's not them. They do chill vibes for the most part. And then and then they just like absolutely lost it at this one level. And I'm so happy I was able to be there. It's because I had to leave work early because I wasn't very well, and I was like, you know, I'm having a bad day. Let me just tune into a George stream. Best decision I ever made. I was pissing myself. I was having such a good time, because if you know what you have to do, you're just watching someone run around. Oh, perfect, it's time. Are you guys heckin' ready? Oh, sheep, thank you so much for the follow. We could honestly do some more with more sheep in here as we're streaming from Wales. So we are going to be raiding Shifty Blue. Let me make sure that I've spelt that right. They are doing their 2-year anniversary stream today. And honestly, it's such a big achievement. They deserve so much love for it. So if you haven't met Shifty Blue before, make sure you stick around, because they're going to be doing lots of different things on their stream today. They've only just started it. I know they wanted to do some community stuff as well, so like, stick around. We'll be sending you all there today, and yeah, it's just be lovely just to celebrate with them, honestly. Like, they've worked really hard over the last 2 years. They've had a lot of things knocking them back, so if you can send them some love, I know they'd really, really appreciate it. Otherwise, we're going to be back tomorrow. I'll actually be in costume tomorrow, because we just finished our Aqua costume on stream today. So if you like Konosuba, I'll be wearing that tomorrow. And then we'll actually be starting our new costume, which is the one that stream voted on, which is the Tiefling Druid. Yeah, thank you again, Dem, as well, for all the modding. I really appreciate it, especially when it's busy. And Zay, thank you for popping by. Thank you, everybody, for popping by. Grab a raid call if you fancy. You don't have to. You're welcome to. But otherwise, I'm going to send you all on to Shifty Blue for their 2-year anniversary stream. I'll see you soon. Take care, everyone.